Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The DPP has once again charged controversial preacher Pastor Paul Mackenzie and 7 others in 3 courts over the deaths of at least 52 people in the Kwabinzaro area of Chakama, Kilifi County and Shanzu Law Court. They face multiple charges under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, including organized criminal activity, radicalization, facilitating terrorism, and possession of items linked to terrorism. The Kwabinzaro deaths occurred between January and July 2025. The accused pleaded not guilty before Senior Principal Magistrate Leah Juma, and the case will be mentioned again on March 4th, 2026. Kenyans seeking treatment abroad will now have to pay for these services themselves, despite contributing to the Social Health Insurance Fund. Speaking before Parliamentary Committee, SHA Chief Executive Officer Mercy Mwangangi said the authority is still in the process of signing contracts with foreign hospitals as required by law and therefore cannot cover treatment abroad. Mwangangi, however, assured Kenyans that the approval process for foreign hospitals will be completed by the end of next month.
It is not the problem of the patient or the family of the loved ones who are outside there. They just fell sick at the point when they're paying their SHA and SHA is not taking care of the bills.
NHIF had a different methodology of contracting hospitals abroad. They issued what was known as a guarantee of payment, and they issued to a set number of hospitals before. Now we have to follow the procurement process in accordance to the law.
Families of victims of the 2024 Gen Z-led protests are now demanding compensation, accusing some civil society organizations and brokers of undermining their efforts to seek justice. The families held a peaceful march in Nairobi yesterday, walking to Parliament and Supreme Court buildings to submit petitions calling on the 2 organizations to take action and ensure they receive justice.
Nilikuwa nafanya kazi yangu ya kuokota scrap huko, nikashutiwa mguu. After hapo mimi nilipona, lakini mimi siwezi kazi yangu kama kawaida. Ndio maana nimekuja hapa kutetea haki yangu.
Sasa ule mwenye alikufa ndio alikuwa ananisaidia. Nimekonjeka hata hii miguu. Hata madaktari waliniandikia dawa ninunue ya 20,000. Sina vile nitapata.
We have waited patiently. We have listened to promises. We have respected institutions, but our patience has been exhausted.
At least 20 people have died after a powerful cyclone struck Madagascar, says the disaster authority in the Indian Ocean island. Cyclone Gezani made landfall on Tuesday, hitting the island's main port, Toamasina. Madagascar's disaster management office said there was total chaos, reporting that houses collapsed in the impact zone where the bodies were found. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you indeed. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. And we are on 88.8 FM in Nairobi. We are on 90.7 in Mombasa. And of course, 89.5 in Garissa. I'm sitting here with Siti. Siti, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you know tomorrow is, not tomorrow, but Saturday is actually Valentine's Day?
No, I don't know.
Now you know.
Yes, now you've ensured that I know.
So in case you had forgotten.
And you've made sure that the whole listening crowd.
Yes.
Wamejua umeniambia. Usiwezi kujifanya sikuambiwa.
Sasa ni kumaanisha kama significant other alikuwa amekuwekea macho hivi, sasa kaa rada bro, because usipofanya kile unafaa kufanya itakuwa ni noma, itakuwa ni ngori, itakuwa ni more fire.
So ngori, no fire, no mask.
Not no fire, more like
more fire.
Yeah, more fire, like itakuwa mbaya sana.
Yani moto zaidi. So they all mean the same thing.
Like it will be bad man.
Bad man. So bad man, ngori, more fire.
Yeah man, what it's gonna be what agwan if you can do what you're supposed to do. Lakini leo ni 12th February, so 2 days to Valentine's. Can I tell you what is significant about today?
Go ahead.
So apparently, in 1809, Abraham Lincoln was born. Also on the same day, Charles Darwin was also born. But in 1502, Muslims in Grenada were forced to convert to Catholicism. Can you believe that?
Yes, I can.
1502, Muslims in Grenada forced to convert to Catholicism.
But if you look at the history of Christianity, what then became known as the Roman Catholic Church.
Yes.
There was a Roman emperor who realized that these Christian revolts that keep coming up. No, it was more of Jewish revolts rather than Christian revolts.
Yeah.
So he simply made Christianity a state religion.
Akawalazimisha yani kwa ufupi.
Ni dini ni ya serikali sasa.
Sasa itabidi wewe kama uko hapa ndani and our territory, bro, itabidi umefanya katika jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amina.
And the people, when there was a dispersion of the Jews and some of the ones who went to Spain,
yes,
some of them were conscripted into Catholicism. So ile Judaism waliweka kando, wakawa Katoliki. Yes. Now when you look at the wars that were fought in the Middle East, more specifically for Jerusalem, the wars that are referred to as crusades, okay? Within the crusades, people were actually being forced to change their religions.
Yes.
You see, there's a time in the history of mankind when religions were considered a state affair. The religion and the state were one and the same thing. And it's why with the evolution of time, when the Americas now got the independence, they sought to have a clear separation between state and religion. Hii mambo ya kuchanganya.
Kidogo tuache,
because you see, the Pope then became one of the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah.
Because every nation on earth had a leader who was a Catholic.
Yeah.
And Pope akwambia mazee, ebu uta.
Inabidi ume.
Yes, because the Pope had his papal state. The Pope himself alikuwa ni mfalme.
Naam.
Na
sasa amekuwa mfalme wa wafalme.
Yes, but umeipata kabisa. I will not add to it. Yes, walisema pana. And you see, the Catholic Church with the orders that it has, if ukiangalia,
yes,
kama kuna dini ambayo watu wamejipanga, the Roman Catholic Church, wamejipanga.
Kuna vile
mazao wamejipanga. Wamejipanga.
Ni kweli, kwa sababu watu kiangalia how Catholics run the church, they have a calendar 3 years in advance of every service, of every mass rather, for every Sunday for the next 3 years.
Nakwambia watu wamejipanga. All these orders unasikia kuna Majesuit, unasikia kuna order gani, kuna opposite. Wamejipanga bro.
Kabisa.
Wamejipanga kabisa.
Kuna Franciscans.
They understood this thing perfectly. And remember, hata mfanye nini na mwende wapi, you're all subservient to the Pope.
Yeah. At the end of the day.
Yes, kwa na kiongozi wenu mwite ile jina nataka kumwita. At the end of the day,
mtajua kuna papa.
Papa ndio wakusema mwishowe.
Naam.
Hapo katikati watu wanaruhusiwa wanaweza kwenda hivyo fanya hivyo lakini mwishowe.
Yule papa mpya yuko sasa hivi, Pope Leo. Watu wamempenda. He's doing a couple of things that Catholics believe it is what was initially intended by the very first Pope, that is Pope Peter. Yule ambaye alikuwa disciple wa Yesu Kristo.
Yule Petro.
Petero yule. Naam. Sasa wanasema ya kwamba kidogo ni kama ameanza kurudisha, kwa sababu walikuwa wanaona pops wengine wengi ambao wamekuwa hapo awali kidogo ni kama walikuwa wanaegemea upande fulani, wanapeleka mambo upande fulani, lakini yeye wanasema amerudisha mambo vinyi inafaa kuwa.
Wajua hayafaa mimi niongee juu ya dini ambayo
ambayo how subscribe.
Well, I actually do subscribe, and I'm going to explain to you how I subscribe.
Okay.
The Anglicans are Catholics. They just don't know it. But they're Protestant Catholics. Yes. The word Catholic actually means all-encompassing.
Universal.
Ndio hiyo. So, but there are certain positions of papacy that have been more political than they are religious.
True. Yeah.
brother.
Actually, do you know the Vatican, where the Pope sits? He is, first of all, he's the Pope, so the head of the Catholic Church, right? But he is also the king of the Vatican. So there are two. He actually holds two offices, and people don't understand that. Well, some people don't understand that. So his throne as the king of the Vatican is actually called the Holy See. Holy and then see like kuona. That is the throne of the Pope as the king of the Vatican. Then there is Pope, the head of the Catholic Church. Two positions held by one person. So if you understand that, so the Holy See is can I call it the political arm, which is run like a corporation, the same way a company like Airtel would be run, or Safaricom, or Kenya Pipeline Corporation would be run. That is how the Holy See is run. It has its own banks. It has its own ministers. It has people who run it as a government, aka as a corporation. Then now we have the head of the Catholic Church, who is the Pope, but they are one and the same person. So there is the king of the Vatican and there is the head of the Catholic Church. I hope you imeeleweka. Haya, wacheni niwaambie mambo mengine ambayo yalifanyika jana usiku. Ulisema watching football, si ndio?
I don't actually.
Right. So jana Liverpool, my team, played against Sunderland at the home ground for Sunderland. We managed to score 1 goal and they managed to score 0 goals. Yani tuliponea hivi bao moja. Also Bayern Munich, München, niliambiwa inasemanga München, So Bayern München walicheza na Leipzig wakatoka 2-0. Then Celtic iko kule Scotland, walicheza na timu inajulikana kama Livingston, wakawatandika 2-1. Alafu Man City,
Livingston kama jina yule jamaa ambaye inasemekana alidiscover vitu ambavyo vilikuwa viko tayari.
Si ndio sasa
huyo
Mali wa Afrika
walikuwepo.
Man City wakacheza,
ndio alikuja akadiscover.
Exactly. Yes. Sisi wa Afrika tulikuwa very blind.
Na hata hamna habari ya kwamba kuna hizo vitu.
Tulikuwa naona mountain pale, lakini tunasema what is that empty space there?
Yes,
but someone came and told us,
excuse me,
there is a mountain.
Yes, so
then they were like,
oh, you mean? Okay. So nani mkienda mkipanda wao mnapanda nini? Anyway,
empty space. Yeah, so Celtic played against Livingston, wakatoka 2-1. Man City walicheza na Fulham. Man City are currently number 2 in the EPL table. That is the English Premier League table. Walitoka 3-0 wakicheza na Fulham. Leo siku ndugu zetu na dada zetu wanacheza, wanajulikana kama Arsenali. So ni ndugu zetu wanacheza pale, kaka zetu wanacheza pale katika field ya Brentford. I can't wait to see how that pans out. Arsenal now are in panic mode because Manchester City are literally waiting for them like this. They are 3 points behind them. So if Arsenal lose the game today, or if they draw the game today, sasa Manchester City itakuwa inawanusa literally. Manchester City just need to win one more game and they either draw or they come on top of Arsenal.
Do I hear you to be telling me that Arsenal are at the top of the English Premier League?
Yes.
Wako top,
Wako number 1.
Okay.
For sure.
Number 2?
Number 2 ni Man City. Manchester City.
Okay, wale jamaa light blue.
Light blue, but hiyo ni yale inakuanga poa sana, alafu inakuanga imeandikwa Etihad hapa katikati. That is Manchester City for you. Yeah, so tonight is going to be moto, my friend.
Today is the night.
Yeah. Watu bali wako saizi. I'm sure there's something happening in their hearts and in their minds. Yeah, so Arsenal number 1, Man City number 2, and then number 3 wanajulikana kama Aston Villa. Number 4 ni Manchester United. Alafu number 5 ni Chelsea. And then sisi tunakuja a distant 6, that is Liverpool. Tuko tuko hapo tu. So anyway, Arsenal leo anacheza na Brentford wakiwatandika, yeah, it's going to be one of those nights. There's the gentleman, a Kenyan, playing for a team uko Spain. It's in the 3rd tier. He's called, let me just get his name real quick. I can screenshot that particular thing. So this gentleman is called Aldrin Kibet, prolific footballer. He actually plays also for the national team. So now Aldrin Kibet is playing for a team called RC Celta Vigo de Fortuna. Like I told you, it's number 3 wapi kule Spain. In terms of the division, he plays Division 3. So RC Celta the Vigo de Fortuna waka post hapo wakasema hivi, Kenyan friends, what an incredible performance from our boy Aldrin Kibet, an assist and an impressive goal in Celta's 4-3 victory against Atletico de Madrid. This is a good thing. And they said he has been one of the key players in qualifying the round of 8 of the Youth Kings Cup. Wa Kenya ni akina nani? After walitagiwa pale, mmoja akakuja akasema, the next time you post Aldrin's videos, accompany them with the Kenyan national anthem, not those sounds. Mwingine, Ben Muli, call him Aldrin De Bruyne Kibet from now on. I think De Bruyne plays for Man City, if I'm not wrong. Yobra Makala akasema, make sure before he plays he takes some Brufen. These are Kenyans. In Kenya, we ask the boy, is fire not fire? Yani yeye ni fire si fire. So you know that is what Nani says, Professor Kindiki. Okay, ndakueleza baadaye. Then generally akasema, make him the captain or we arrange demonstrations. And when I thought that was the end of it, I stumbled upon another string of messages. And I still can't see the captain's armband on his hand. Don't make us protest. Kenyans wamepeleka mchezo na to some extent ujinga kwa page ya Celta Vigo. Kwanza kuna wengine wamesema hivi, he's our boy, not yours. So nikaona wale watu wa Spain wameingia pale. These guys are actually confused. They're asking, guys, what did we do wrong? This is Adams Langat. His jersey should be number 47, so that we call him AK-47. Yani Aldrin Kibet 47. You know what? Please, can we stop this nonsense? Is that what you're going to do if a Kenyan is called to play in Arsenal or Manchester United or Manchester City or Liverpool or Chelsea? Are we going to bring that nonsense there?
Actually, do you know?
Yeah.
We have been characterized as many things.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things we entrench,
yeah,
by the way we relate and participate in the affairs that we find interesting.
I was hoping to find one mature comment.
All those comments are mature.
Bro. Unaambia watu mta protest na mko huku na wako Spain.
Yes. Let me tell you. When Kenyans express themselves, I am a happy person.
Yeah. Someone actually said that you have to make sure mumpatia mursik, and they are writing this in Kiswahili on a Spanish page. At the next time, make sure mumpatia at the half time mumpatia mursik. I'm like, guys,
bro, sini Kenya.
Tupatie methali.
And they are Kenyans. Me, I'm happy to read everything that they're saying. Asanteni sana kwa kutuwakilisha vizuri.
Naam.
Ndio watu wajua kwamba sisi iko.
Leo tuko Liberia bado, sivyo?
Bro, tuko Liberia mpaka kesho.
Haya. Wa Liberians wanasemaje?
Wanasema something very simple. Whenever you play with oil, some will remain on your finger.
Whenever you play with oil, some will remain on your finger. Okay. So that's like saying...
This is what they're saying.
Yes.
Let me explain it.
Yeah.
Whenever you play with oil, some will remain on your finger.
Okay.
Straightforward.
Yeah. Si kama maji. Unajua maji ukauka?
Yes.
But oil for sure. Unless you wipe it off or wash it off.
You have to wash it off.
Yeah. So oil will leave evidence that you are playing with oil. So sometimes oil is not a good thing to play with if you are not supposed to play with it. Yeah.
There is always, you know what we call footprints or a trail.
Yeah.
Whether it is paper or whether it is digital. Yes. Whatever you do, always leaves a mark. You may not see it, but it exists.
Right.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Yes. Umesema, umenena, umetenda. Consequences will follow. And it may not follow in the direction that you would wish it to, but there are consequences that will follow.
Yeah.
It's like now this matter of Sifuna has been kicked out. A certain chain of events have been set in motion.
Yes.
And we're going to be seeing them as we move along.
And we shall be talking about it, actually, starting right now. The first story that we're going to read from radiogeneration.co.ke is actually about the next recommendation on Sifuna and what happened yesterday. So, Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi has clarified that the Orange Democratic Movement acted within its rules when recommending the removal of Secretary General Edwin Sifuna. Why is a CS commenting on party issues? I thought they resigned from these parties when they joined government.
No, he resigned his position.
Okay.
As a member of the NEC. But he's still a member of ODM.
Okay.
Yes. Remember, these guys were on loan.
But are they allowed to be partisan, especially when they're in office as CSs?
The comment is not partisan. He is giving an opinion. He can give an opinion. What he doesn't know, you can't be a CS and be a member of an executive council of a party.
Okay.
That's being partisan. But being a member of a political party and commenting
is totally okay.
But you can comment. I mean, I see nothing wrong in him commenting. Absolutely, I see absolutely nothing wrong.
Okay.
The only thing, though,
I see a lot of things wrong, but yes.
But tell me what you see wrong, so that I understand.
Anafaa kwa kifocus on mambo ya treasury. Whether Sifuna is kicked out, kicked
how
in.
How is a comment of that sort going to detract him from what he's supposed to do?
Apana.
I've heard the apana. Before we come to the apana and the explanation, what do you understand as the things that CS should not do?
Look, we know very well that Mbadi is damu yake ni ODM. That one, there's no doubt about it. And it is okay for him to love that party. It is okay for him to want to be in that party. But in my opinion, when you are in the position that he is as a CS, I feel like you just keep the opinion to yourself.
You feel that when you make such a comment, it is not fitting with the position that you have.
It is okay to have an opinion. Everyone has got their own. Yes. Lakini pia ni vizuri tu
hiyo opinion yako kana nayo.
Na ni vizuri ukitoka serikalini by the ongea venye unataka. And I mean he has made his comments very public. As a CS, to be honest, I feel like he should be, every time he has an opportunity to speak on a microphone, every time he has an opportunity to address the public, address Kenyans, I think he should be more focused on his docket as a cabinet secretary as opposed to him talking about party politics. Because we know he's ODM for sure, and we know there's no day he will club for Jubilee unless, of course, they have a coalition of sorts. There is no day we expect him to be buddies with Wiper unless they're in a coalition or they're friends and there's some kind of mutual benefit coming from those sides. But as a CS, I feel like hiyo tu atulie a focus akipata tu nafasi ya kuongea aseme tu mambo ya venye treasury inafanya na venye Wakenya watasaidika. Hii vita ingine ya chama mimi naona labda kidogo tu hiyo angetulia tu.
Conflict of Interest Act of 2025 section 25 allows them to comment. What they cannot do is hold a position
in the party.
Yes. That one, before the act was amended, they could not. But now they can. Okay? They can participate.
Yes.
Even.
Because this now, look at what we saw during the by-elections, for example. We saw CSs campaigning for candidates on the ground. To some extent, we know they used resources that were meant for public use for that particular endeavor, for their own party gains or party, whatever it is, campaigning for these individuals. Sasa unachikia pevo kidogo na kidogo inaanza kukuwa tricky.
It is tricky, but the amendments also allowed, and the interpretation of it, you're talking about the Integrity and Leadership Act. Some interpreted it as that amendment even allowed CSs to not only participate, but to support political activities and even campaigns.
Wait, the act allows them to participate in campaigns?
Yes, that is some interpretation that people have given. See, when you make an amendment, something which previously before the amendment was not legal, you can amend and it becomes legal.
Yeah.
You may not like it, but the statute...
It's like, it's like as an adult, you can smoke, you can drink, right?
Yes.
But you wouldn't necessarily do it on TV, especially if you're a public figure. You wouldn't go showing off that, you're a great smoker and you can do all these stunts with your mouth as far as smoking is concerned. Why? As much as it is your right, as much as it is not a crime for you to smoke, you'll just not go displaying it publicly because there's a way people look at you. So it is allowed in law, but
actually, it wasn't allowed in law. The Constitution did not intend for that to happen because that's why there was a talk of the Conflict of Interest Act of, okay?
Yes.
And that's why the 2025 amendment allowed for this. CSs were supposed to be neutral. But even with the 2025 Act, there are restrictions. They are forbidden from using state resources, such as vehicles and public funds for political campaigns. And that is what we're saying we saw happening in the campaigns in Embu. Those are in direct contradiction to the Constitution. Okay?
Yeah. So anyway, it's... that is what Mbadi has said. So Mbadi explained that the next steps involved review by the National Governing Council and subsequent ratification of the National Delegates Conference in accordance with the party constitution.
There he has thrown the spanner in the works. Do you see the spanner? It's not final. No. It's not final.
But from the look of things...
No. Forget the looks. Why would he go into those details saying, yes, that is what has happened, but it has to be ratified, it has to go this. Before it is sealed, there has to be a convention where that thing imepitishwa. The fat lady hasn't sung yet.
But I'm here saying that it is likely that fat lady might sing.
You know,
and when by the time she sings, maybe all this when by the time because she's definitely going to sing. So the question here is atakuwa memba kama nini kimefanyika.
As far as I'm concerned, remember, you hear me say, and I'm repeating it, I don't engage in political prophecy. Things have been set in motion.
Yes.
The constitution that ODM has,
their constitution, the party constitution.
The rules and regulations as to how you appoint party members, NEC members, delegates, everything about the party and how it is run is going to be tested with this one action. And the statement that Mbadi has enshrined what I'm saying.
Yes.
That we will see whether the leadership under Oburu is actually going to follow the dictates of their own constitution and the processes which they themselves put in place.
Okay.
Yes. Or whether this is going to be one of those situations where the party leader acquires a godlike persona and is able to determine what should happen and damn the NEC, damn the convention, damn all these things.
Yeah.
That is what I am waiting to see. Because everything that is done will have there'll be a ripple effect.
Yes.
Nothing will happen without some consequences following. But of significance, the ODM issue is going to be a discussion, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Of one, whether the Political Parties Act and the understanding of coalition, political party coalitions, what they will mean in this particular period leading to the election.
Yes.
That's number one.
Yes.
We will also see the new formations that will be put in place with regards to hoping to win the next election.
Yeah.
And we will see movements. And we will be asking ourselves the question what these movements will mean. Somebody moving from one place or the other. Lastly, the players whose hands are behind the scenes. Uhuru Kenyatta is back in politics. His hands are going to appear in one way or the other. And even if they don't appear, people will give the impression that they have appeared and will be seen.
They're already appearing.
William Ruto's name will be mentioned on everything that you can think of. So long as it's moving, even if it's stationary, his hand will be there. We will then be able to see whether there are new people who are of influence who are emerging and people who have influences. But lastly, we'll be able to start determining which of the many coalitions has a likelihood of winning.
Yeah.
And that will be the center, and that is going to occupy the debating public with regards to our elections.
Still on matters ODM, Senator Oburu says ODM's eyes on Deputy President seat as 2027 years. Juicy too. Actually, I think it was over the weekend. Senator Oburu was telling Kindiki that sisi hatutaki kiti yako, which is true. He is the current deputy president, so they're not interested in being deputy president as far as today is concerned. Between now and 2027, they are telling Kindiki, you're safe, my brother. You're okay. Wewe kama naibu wa raisi, uko fiti. Lakini, come 2027, tunataka hiyo kiti.
Let me tell you something about such pronouncements. They are devoid of a certain small detail. Oburu is speaking as though the status quo that has reigned the political scene in Kenya is the one which is obtaining as we speak. I am of the view that it has shifted. And if he does not understand the shift, everything he's saying will be utterances and will remain as utterances without any momentum, without any staying power. This is not 1997, it is not 2002, it is not 2013, it is not 2000, it's not.
It is 2026.
Yes, it is a very different era. The dynamics changed. The visibility of the change was in 2024. If somebody missed that particular boat, please look for it again and board it.
Even if there was something that people misinterpreted. They claimed that I said that ODM does not want the DP seat. But that's the position we have our eyes on.
Yes, changed.
What I said is that we do not have a personal grudge or issue with Professor Kindiki. But that seat is a public position, he explained. Which is true. He's very right.
But that's not what he said.
Alisema hivi na Kiswahili. Alisema sisi hatutaki hiyo kiti ya unaibu wa raisi. Uko okay, well, paraphrasing now. Uko safe. And he said it to his face.
Bro.
But now huku kwingine anamwambia hiyo kiti bwana.
You see, this is the entrenchment of the status quo that has represented our politics for the longest time. People who are in political positions speak as though they are the determinants of the status quo. They are the determinants of the direction the status quo will take, and that what they view politics as is what it will obtain to be. And I'm saying, smell the coffee. This particular cheese has moved.
One last thing that Senator Oburu said, I would like Uhuru, who was the president. He was with my brother after the handshake, yet he did not even give us one cabinet seat, and he lied to us that he would deliver the presidency. He lied to Raila that he would make him the president, yet the election was stolen right under his nose, and he did nothing. Now we are asking him to let us do what we want to do, what we want to as ODM, and that he stops interfering with ODM.
Just listen to that statement. Presidencies in this country are given. Man, this isn't a monarchy, for heaven's sake. People voted.
People vote.
Yes.
Yeah. Uhuru was not to give anyone the presidency.
Give. Was it his to give?
No.
Was it his to give?
Definitely not.
Yeah, but the mindset that I'm telling you about. Look, the era where you decided who gets what and how they get it. Okay?
Ilisha hiyo.
Bro, that thing ended in 2024.
But now I understand the mentality of ODM.
I understand the mentality of Uburu.
Okay, I understand the mentality of some of the people in ODM.
I understand the mentality of Senator Uburu. It is him who has spoken. It cannot be said he's speaking for the entirety of ODM.
Ni ukweli. Kanchori hapa alikuja hapa alisema kuna vitu zilikuwa zinafanyika. You remember when he said about, especially on matters to do with the folks that were supposed, the party agents. And then now I remember something Junet said. Junet said that Uhuru with the military, with the police, with all this power, he couldn't give us the presidency. I have a feeling like perhaps at one point some people thought that the election would probably be rigged in their favor, number one.
Not thought. They
expected it.
Yes, exactly. But if you listen to the utterances and you follow the history of utterances, what did Oburu say? In that period of time.
What did he say?
He spoke with great confidence. The presidency was theirs.
Yes. So it's like there was some kind of expectation that the election would, with very little effort, and that's why perhaps a lot of people from Raila strongholds did not necessarily vote, because they were like, Buddha, hii kitu bwana tushachukua.
Bro, let me tell you.
Hii tushachukua. Unaenda kujisumbua kupiga kura ya nini?
Forget that. If you look at the population of people who are eligible to be voters, and you look at the number of registered voters, you'll find incongruence. There are very many people who should be in a position to vote who don't have IDs, and many who simply do not vote.
Yeah.
Never even registered. Okay? So, there's a whole story behind that.
Yeah.
You look at a crowd, that crowd doesn't represent a voting power. It describes and it gives you a pictorial evidence of the support you have.
Yeah.
But as to the support that leads to you being president requires people to actually go and vote.
True, City. Let's do a little bit of traffic. When we return, we'll look at the papers and what's currently trending as far as those headlines are concerned.
Traffic.
Looking at the roads of Nairobi at this particular minute, let me just refresh that to ensure that I get the latest. Ngong Road, this picture looks the same as yesterday. Pockets of traffic along the junctions, but everything else is looking fantastic. Valley Road, no complaints. Mombasa Road, iko sawa. Southern Bypass, iko sawa. Eastern Bypass, iko sawa. Jogoo Road, you guys are not complaining at all. I can see you're moving quite well. If I just look at this place called Mombasa, sorry. If I look at Mombasa County, the only place I see significant traffic is this place called pale Mwembe Tayari. Kuna ka junction pale hii barabara inajulikana aje. My goodness, I think this is the road opposite Pfizer Road. I mean, hawajaandika jina gani hii lakini
karibu na Mwembe Tayari sio?
Hiyo Mwembe, kuna Mwembe Tayari Road, alafu kuna ile nyingine inaenda hivyo kielekea towards Biashara Street. That's the only place I see traffic at the moment. But the rest of the road is the rest of the roads rather okay. If you see something that we need to know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let's take a look at magazeti hapa, and I will start with come on, thank you, with the Star. Sifuna falls as Oburu takes war to Kalonzo. Oburu team plans to kick out Sifuna in Mombasa. That was the headline yesterday, but clearly they did it. So on page 6, you'll find the full scoop. But they're saying Sifuna falls as Oburu takes war to Kalonzo. It's on page 6. We shall be checking that later on. Resign over police killings. KRHC tells top cop Kanja and issues 7-day ultimatum. That story is on page 9. 6 injured as yet another building collapse exposes capital cities safety gaps. This one is on page 2. We sat here with former Senator Kasanga na akatuambia kwamba
bado
about 80% of the buildings in Nairobi.
Alisema vizuri sana.
Alisema
bado. Ati bado.
Na alisema tutaona shida zingine zaidi mbele.
Zimeanza kutokezea.
Treasury hunting for 258 billion KQ investor in turnaround bid. That story is on page 11. And on news, other news, Ruto team moves to rescue parastatal workers because apparently there are no remittances, and the Star calling it a payroll mess. CS Mbadi yako pale. Ndio mimi nasema badala ongee juu ya kina Sifuna, a focus on shida kama hizi za payroll mess. Akipata nafasi ya kuongea, aongelee mambo kama hayo. Daily Nation, ulikuwa unasema City?
I was just taking a deep breath.
Okay. Daily Nation unasema defiant Sifuna has been fired. ODM rebels, again that word that you disagree with. ODM rebels plan new parallel meetings. Yes, Sifuna actually posted it on his social. They're going to be in Kitengela this coming Sunday, 15th of February. Kitengela.
It will be a very big meeting. Wataenda wengi.
And the list of honorable members that have been put there sitting, and also those ones who are hoping to sit in parliament.
Believe me, in this country, what Oburu has done,
yes,
he has unleashed the one formula which we know works. These people have made Sifuna a hero.
They have
one move. One move, he is important enough to be removed.
Professor Manyora said it here.
Alisema tu.
Now, his prediction actually looks like it's panning out to be true.
Oh, no. Professor Manyora understood that thing perfectly. Perfectly.
Edwin Sifuna's 8-year tenure as ODM Secretary General was cut short yesterday after party leader Oburu Oginga moved to assert his authority following a rebellious streak by the Nairobi senator. The Orange Party's plan to leave the Azimio coalition could also trigger a tussle for lucrative House minority posts. That story is on page 4 and 5. Drought scarce school meals keep learners at home. You can read this on pages 2 to 3. Sakaja turns to Ruto for help in running Nairobi. Kuna mambo mawili matatu delegate to the national government.
We are back to the general body days, are we?
NMS, yeah. But it's a bit different this time. He has said that the core county, what has been enshrined in the constitution as county, he called them what? County roles.
The county functions.
Functions, thank you for that word. Amesema hizo zitabaki kwa county. So what has he given out? Governor Sakaja has acknowledged a deal with President Ruto's government on garbage collection, roadworks, sewer connections and other core county functions, but rejected the suggestion of a Nairobi Metropolitan Service style takeover. Hii kitu inaitwa Nairobi, bro. They just do it like Washington DC.
You know,
waifanya tu kama Washington DC, wache kungangana na Nairobi.
Incompetence can be measured in very many ways.
Yes.
But something that strikes me as being particularly and peculiarly odd, and it's only manifest when people are given positions of authority. This position that we have within our structure of government called governors. Most of these well-meaning citizens, if indeed they're well-meaning, what they have displayed time and time again, as seen by the reports of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget,
is
that they do not know what to do with the county. The things that they do will create problems for them.
Yes.
Audit query. If it isn't an audit query, remember the auditor queries. It goes to the Senate. The Senate summons you. Explain, please. That's what. Let us understand. There's such an abundance of cases where monies have been spent. One, it doesn't follow the requisite rules by which you should spend. Monies have been spent. There is no visible evidence of it being spent in the areas you said it was spent in.
Yes.
Then there are governors who have developments, investments, buildings, businesses they own. Some even have cases where monies have been taken from the accounts of the county and gone directly into accounts associated with them. Now tell me, how do you become somebody who is referred to as a leader of a county? You are there to manage those resources on behalf of the citizens of that particular county. And all we see is one mess after another, after another, after another, after another. Nairobi is too huge. You can't run Nairobi the way you run Lamu. You can't run Nairobi the way you run Mandera. A city of something like around 6 million people. No. You can't run it from a central position the way we run it. It won't work. They have been told time and again, there exist divisions. Start with wards. We already know their wards. Why don't you make administrative units in these wards so that you have a city within a city? Whether you're talking of Dandora, whether you are talking of the West, all these constituencies, the ward, why don't you just give them administrative powers so that you know how it is you have devolved the management of the city? This thing is a mammoth. It is huge. It is very huge. Now, if someone doesn't understand that running it involves devolving it, that individual will not manage it. There are too many moving parts. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't be able to manage it. It doesn't matter. Because a country is being run. This city and the running of it is the closest thing we have to the running of a country. closest. And yet, look at how our country is run, and look at the divisions, and look at the powers that you have, the structures that you have to run it. You have ministries. Within those ministries, you have a structure. That's why government is supposed to work. But here,
kidogo tricky.
Maze tricky sana bwana. Tricky sana.
Tupatie kitu inaitwa the standard.
Crucified for boldness, ODM has plunged into open revolt after Secretary General Edwin Sifuna was ousted for challenging covert talks with President William Ruto. He's been consistent. This is really the point. He's been consistent. Now, this isn't something new. No. Political parties the world over take positions. The understanding of collective responsibility is that even when you disagree, the understanding that you should comply. And in many instances, wherever it is political parties exist across the world, people who have defied a supposed collective position within a party tend to get expelled. Okay? And the expulsion comes with consequences for the individual and for the party. This one, we want to see it play out, because you're talking about 2026 and we have an election just around the corner.
Yeah.
And you talk about somebody who is actually popular. This expulsion has actually, if there is an injection of turbocharged popularity, they've just given Sifuna that. Whatever popularity he had, it has now... It has been elevated. You see, the footsteps that Sifuna was following are the very footsteps that the person who founded this party and the leader who passed away had. He's a man who defied odds boldly, openly. Openly. He defied Ford Kenya. Moved. He defied. It was clear. He said, this I'm not doing. We saw what happened just as we approached the election of 2002. He defied and the association they had with President Moi. He left the Kibaki government. I mean, these aren't footsteps that are new. We have seen the steps that have been taken. The difference is that he left.
Yeah.
He said, here, I'm gone. Okay?
I'm out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he was defiant. Now, here is a case of somebody who was saying, look, folks, the position I've taken is one that followed what the party's position was.
Yes.
But it brings in a discussion, Paul. No?
Yeah.
Was Raila Odinga really comfortable with his handshake?
Comfortable in what sense?
Because
it's not like he was coerced. He wasn't forced.
Oh, how do you know?
But who would force him?
Oh, who would coerce him? Ask that question. If Sifuna had the position that he has now,
yes,
when Raila Odinga was alive, he was never censured. Never censured. Not once. At the height of the complaints, what did Raila Odinga say? This man is the Secretary General of the party, the spokesman for the party. Is that not what he said?
Yes.
How do you want to interpret that one?
Bro, you know, if we open that let me just call it can. If we open that can of, was Raila comfortable with the coalition that ODM now finds itself
It's a question that must be asked.
Bro, you know, we can start asking questions about his death.
We look at it this way, my friend. In this country, we have accepted that people in certain positions of leadership don't just die. These are Africans and the way we handle things.
Yes.
Okay? That having been said, everybody has to die at some point.
Ni ukweli?
Okay. I am referring specifically to that conundrum. It is not as though the voices that spoke on this matter were in agreement. When Raila Odinga was alive, that division existed within ODM. Sifuna didn't create it.
Yes.
We also know that Sifuna would not have spoken out of turn if Raila Odinga did not support what he was saying. We know that. Because then he would be defying Raila. And Raila came out and spoke about it. So, interpret it as you see fit. Okay?
Kama Raila hakumchuja huyu jamaa.
And you hivyo, hakumchuja.
Mbona wengine
and his position has not changed from what it was then. Yes.
He has been actually, if anything, very consistent.
The position he took, and he has stayed with that position and he has not moved. Yes.
Mi nakwambia siti tukianza kuuliza if Raila was comfortable in this pact that he has with UDA, we might need to go back and ask ourselves, was Raila's death a natural or a normal thing that would have happened to any other person in his position at the time? But anyway, what is the Business Daily saying?
Treasury uncertain about return to Eurobond market. Treasury remains uncertain about Kenya's return to the Eurobond market despite signs of improved conditions, including falling interest rates in the international capital market. CIC Insurance raises 1.8 billion from Kiambu Kajiado land sales. CIC Insurance Group has raised 1.8 billion from the sale of 150 acres in Kiambu and Kajiado counties, boosting its liquidity. ABSA signals digital focus with M-Pesa CEO Lopokoi yet pick. ABSA Group has signaled a bigger focus on digital products following the appointment of M-Pesa CEO Sitoi Lopokoi yet to head its private and personal banking business unit. Okay. Depositors squeezed as banks' lending margins widen. Commercial banks have continued to squeeze their customers for the higher margins after cutting their lending rates at a slower pace compared to the returns they offer for deposits. Shah boss in the hot seat. Social Health Authority CEO Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, appearing before the National Assembly Public Investments Committee on Social Service Administration and Agriculture at Bunge Towers, Nairobi yesterday. Dr. Mwangangi responded to questions relating to the Auditor General's reports on Shah's financial statements. Okay? Kenya to offer KQ to foreign investors for 258 billion. Treasury set to renew search for strategic investor. We are back to the structural adjustment programs of the 1980s and 90s, where now the people who purport to be our friends and who keep lending us money are clearly steering us in a certain direction. Yep, because they lend you money with conditionalities.
But even if inakuanga.
Yeah, but that, and then they wonder why it is people who go to the Chinese. The Chinese don't have this nonsense.
True. But
the Japanese don't have this nonsense.
Yeah. But should they?
Americans are predominantly Europeans.
Yes.
The European mentality has never really shifted from being A, racist, and B, colonial. It never really shifts. What it does is the shades of colors have become muted and more acceptable. So the face of it is gentler. But the intent has never really shifted. The intent has never really, no, it's never really changed. Not really.
Yeah.
Not really. Decisions are made to give the impression that you are being assisted. When will we wake up to understand we have to assist ourselves? We have to make decisions about how we want to assist ourselves, not to be constantly limping and asking people for crutches to walk when we have feet that can actually walk and they are sound.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Nilikuwa nimesoma hapo awali on the Star that how Sifuna's fate was sealed as Uburu takes war to Kalonzo's doorstep. So they're saying a record 25 NEC members voted in favor of his removal. 25! Wanakwanga ngapi? Anyway, Nairobi State Edwin Sifuna's fate was sealed on Wednesday after majority of ODM's NEC voted to remove him as Secretary General in a dramatic meeting. So I'm waiting to see how they have done this. They have taken it to Kalonzo's doorstep. Okay. Though the party explained the three were removed from the decision-making organ of ODM after they were sacked as chairman of their respective branches, there were speculations of mischief. In a further twist, ODM announced it was exiting the Azimio coalition, something that is widely seen as taking the battle directly to the doorstep of former President Uhuru and Wiper leader Kalonzo, whose allies currently hold key positions in parliament under the Azimio arrangements. Some of the Wiper lawmakers holding parliamentary positions include Robert Mbui of Kadhiani, who is the deputy minority leader, and Senate deputy minority leader Enoch Wambua of Kitui. The NEC reviewed recent developments within the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. It noted that it noted with concern that certain erstwhile coalition partners have acted in violation of the deed of agreement that established the coalition, Omanyo said. We shall ask Senator Richard Onyonka Kikuja what this exactly means. Yeah, but Uhuru Kalonzo dealt blow as registrar halts bid to take over Azimio. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta and Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka have suffered a setback after the registrar of political parties suspended leadership changes within the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. Registrar John Cox announced the temporary halt following a complaint from ODM, a key coalition partner, which said it was neither consulted nor involved in the decisions. Hapa ninaona ni kidogo ni kama pot calling kettle black and vice versa kidogo. Why? Because yesterday when we were with Honorable Caleb Amisi, he said his dismissal was unconstitutional according to the ODM constitution. Then ODM are here saying the appointment of Kalonzo was unconstitutional. So I'm like, same bandits, birds of a feather.
Remember the proverb we mentioned the other day about the monkey?
Yes, nyani haoni kundule.
Basi.
Tuko hapo, si ndio?
You know the history, not of the world, of this country,
right,
is replete with situations such as this one.
Yes.
Where at a certain point in time, because somebody has certain positions of authority, they act on that authority, and you get the impression, again with hindsight, that perhaps they should have taken time to consider the consequence of the action they have taken. Remember, there are rules and regulations. Party ni yenu mmeandika,
ambazo mmepeleka kwa ORPP,
na wako nazo.
Na John Cox alituambia hapa vizuri sana, ambaye ndiye registrar wa political parties, akasema at the end of the day, we allow you first of all to discuss these things amongst yourselves. Ikishindikana mnakuja kwetu,
and then we look at the documents you gave us,
and then we just tell you point blank.
Mlisema hivi.
Tunasema guys, you just know you're just being idiots here.
Yes, mlisema hivi.
Hata nyinyi mnajua hiki tumefanya will not stand.
Yes.
So revert to default settings and agree how to move forward.
You see, like when I say that the matter of Sifuna is not over, people say, oh no, it's over. For heaven's sake.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to ignore the rules that they themselves have set, and that's one thing. But you do have to follow. Before this thing is concluded, other things need to happen.
Na ndio maana katibu mkuu sasa ametolewa. Ana noma, amesha set date. Amesema look, on Sunday after mass, I'm paraphrasing, but he actually used the word after mass. He said after misa ya kwanza tupatane pale Kitengela. So as you guys decide, he's not moved. He actually did not even attend that meeting in Mombasa yesterday. He was busy doing his own stuff, advancing his own agenda. And I cannot wait to see how this pans out. I actually want to see people. I'm not an ODM member for sure. I'm not a member of any political party for sure. But me nataka kuona watu with eggs on their face, so that we can stick to number one, the rule of law. Number two, the rules rather that we have set for ourselves. Na ili nyani aweze kuona kundule, ili pot yache kuita kettle black, and vice versa.
Well, we are in for interesting times.
Yes, indeed we are. Before we get into the news, let me salimia a couple of folks here. We have Don Sabwa. Paul, good morning. City, how are you? What is the meaning Sifuna being axed from ODM as Oburu as leader, aggressor, question marks here, a defender, and ODM as party, as a movement, as a democracy, as Don Sabwa? We are hoping to sit with an ODM member today. Hope he makes it to the studio. And atatueleza kwa kina. He'll tell us into details what happened yesterday means. Yeah? And that whole issue of them also wanting this deputy president position. Simon anasema, good morning friends. A falling lizard at some point thinks it's flying. Medali umepatiwa ndio hiyo.
It's a very valid point.
Yeah.
But just so that he knows, they are flying lizards.
Yes, they are. And I believe they're in the Amazon? Yes, they are.
The Amazon has everything.
even flying snakes. Morris and that he says good morning. John Mutua, morning RG Qatar, Nico tuned in. Mbuvi, just say hi to my friend CT. Tell CT in the next 2 weeks we must have coffee. CT, in the next 2 weeks you must have coffee with John Mutua.
Sawa.
Wanjala amesema good morning Radio Generation. Peter Wanjala tuning in from Tuda Mombasa. Ni mbaya ODM wamepandisha. Ndungu 247 anasema good morning guys. Yani Mbuvi, you cannot mention my team Aston Villa and we played jana and we are third Germany, but I did mention that you are number 3 on the table. Did I not, Mr. Ndungu? I actually did, but you drew in your game. You were playing against 2. Ninakumbuka hiyo game yenu mlidraw na mtu, kama ninaweza ipata haraka. Aston Villa walicheza na nani? Mulicheza amku draw. Sorry, you actually won. Aston Villa played against Brighton yesterday and they won. Big shout out to you, Ndongo. Next time I'll try and remember that. Victor Lesesian, good morning. I see campaigns have begun kwa mpigo. Morris Andati, good morning. We have My Take 2.0. My Take amesema hivi, Mbuvi, if that's the case, then even you as a journalist shouldn't have an opinion. How comes you don't see the contradiction? Sifuna made it his business to always attack Mbadi for no reason at all. All right, My Take 2.0. You know what? Let's take that break. And when we return, we probably address that whole issue of whether Mbadi and Mbuvi should have an opinion.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives from Banking Fraud Investigation Unit have arrested and charged a suspected cybercriminal accused of stealing more than 11 million Kenya shillings from a microfinance institution. The suspect, Seth Okwanyo, appeared in court and denied all charges. Investigators say 34 fraudulent transactions were carried out on July 16, 2025, causing a loss of 11.4 million Kenya shillings. The transfers were marked as successful, but were missing from the institution's system. The court released the suspect on a bond of 1.5 million Kenya shillings or a cash bail of 500,000 shillings. The case is set for mention on March 3rd, 2026. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has pledged to protect the constitutional mandate granted to his office, ruling out any transfer of county functions to the national government. Speaking amid renewed debate over the management of the capital, Sakaja said he will uphold the trust bestowed upon him by city residents and safeguard devolution. The governor pointed to the 2020 transfer of key county functions to Nairobi Metropolitan Services as a costly undertaking.
The functions bestowed upon the county government of Nairobi by the Constitution will remain county functions. We shall not transfer any functions of the county of Nairobi. In the year 2020, Nairobi got into a misadventure that ended up being costly. The NMS experiment left us with a 16 billion shillings hole in pending bills.
The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is calling on the Coastal Regional Police Commander Ali Nuno to withdraw an order allowing officers to shoot suspected gang members. The directive targets machete welding groups linked to rising violent crime in Mombasa, Kilifi and Kwale counties. KNCHR chairperson Clarice Oganga says police operations must respect human rights and follow the constitution. She warns that such shoot-to-kill orders could undermine the Bill of Rights and weaken accountability in the use of force. President William Ruto has dismissed criticism from his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua over development in northern Kenya, saying his government is working fairly across all regions of the country. The president was responding to remarks by Gachagua, who accused the administration of failing to address the severe drought and not keeping its campaign promises.
Hiyo siasa ya ukabila mko naye haina nafasi katika Kenya hii, and we are going to make sure we root out maneno ya ukabila, maneno ya chuki, maneno ya siasa ya ubaguzi. Tutamalizana nayo because kila Mkenya ako na nafasi sawa na haki sawa na Mkenya mwenzake.
Gachagua has also come under attack from Health Cabinet Secretary Edwin, who challenged him to a public debate over the government's record.
I challenge the former deputy president. I will challenge you to a contest. Let us meet at Jeff Koinange's bench. I will challenge you to kutana kiwanjani. Your Excellency, mambo ya Northeastern, wachia mimi Rigiji. My friend, you have no legal standing. You have no moral authority to lecture us.
An 18-year-old has been named as the suspect in the shooting that killed 8 people and injured dozens more in British Columbia, Canada. Police said Jess Van Rutsila was found dead at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot injury. The motive for the attack is not yet known. 6 people were killed and at least 25 others were injured at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. We are on 90.7 in Mombasa, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, and of course 89.5 in Garissa County. How are you doing? Now, in this hour, we want to talk about coalitions, the opposition, and of course the roadmap to 2027. And to help us have this conversation is the Executive Director of Azimio Coalition, Honorable Philip Kisia. Mheshimiwa, very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much. This is my first time to be here. I'm quite impressed.
Right.
Thank you for having me, City and Mwala.
Karibu sana.
Let me now welcome you in the manner that you are accustomed to. Our proverbs for this week come from the Republic of Liberia. Okay? It's a very simple proverb. I want you to tell me what you think of it. Whenever you play with oil, some will remain on your finger.
I think my interpretation of that is that you cannot run away from the truth.
Kabisa.
Apo. Umecheza na mafuta itajulikana.
No matter what you do, there is always evidence to what you have done.
Yeah.
It's very true.
Asante.
I absolutely love that translation. Big shout out to everyone else who's tuned in. I can see Geek Mando, how are you doing? Morris Andati, Nobleman, Victor Lesesuyan, Karibuni tena sana. I shall be reading out your comments. Motoda Thiaka as well. I shall be checking out your comments as we go on. And if you have any questions by the way for Mheshimiwa, you can also find us on our WhatsApp number. Your number kwa haraka sana. It is 0116 928 683. Again, 0116 928 683. Let's get into this conversation. We've been seeing a lot happening in Azimio. The ORPP being the first person to make some significant comments as far as the Azimio coalition is concerned. Inasemekana number 1, ODM inataka kujitoa. Alafu they are also saying that the appointment of Kalonzo has been halted as the Azimio party leader. Is this true?
First of all, let me say that, there are those who had believed that Azimio was a dead horse.
Yes.
And that those who are trying to revive it were trying to revive a horse that, So they were wondering why we were flogging a dead horse.
Yes.
But their perception has been proved wrong. That Azimio now is more vibrant than it was a few months ago.
Yes.
Through the injection of the new officials. And getting back to what you've said, ORPP.
Yes.
Their job is just to look at the law, interpret the law, and act. They are not actors of one side. They are supposed to be impartial.
True.
We, as the new officials, have joined another team that has been there. Kalonzo Musyoka, remember, Kalonzo Musyoka is and was a member of the council. Our late leader, Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, passed on 13th of October. As members of the coalition, we gave it time to honor our late hero. You know, people normally give 40 days. We did more than 40 days, from 13th to 2nd of February, when we effected the new changes. Okay? So that's an honor we gave him. On the other side, you remember, there was a lot of push from hands that you know, hands that were managing ODM from a remote, that even before the body of our leader, Baba, arrived for us to confirm that Baba was gone, Baba was already being replaced. People are in mourning, but you are busy replacing him. There, it actually confirms that there are people who are dancing over Mzee's grave. Okay? Back to Azimio. That time, sufficient time was given to mourn. There is no way that we would have left a vacuum in Azimio. And therefore, we followed procedure as contained in the deed of agreement. Okay? The council chair called for a meeting. Okay? And the council members who were present, and I'm assuming those who were invited never turned up. Of course, we dealt with those who were in the meeting. They all elected and agreed that the person who fitted the bill was His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. Therefore, he was promoted to the position of a party leader. Remember, we had Junette as a member of the council and Secretary General of the coalition party. But again, if a man is absent from his job, a man is not doing his job, a man has run away from his job, a man has run away from his matrimonial home and gone into another arrangement, the come we stay arrangement. Okay? What are you left? Those people who are still in the matrimonial home, what are you supposed to do? So, since he was invited for the meeting, he never turned up. He has moved into a come we stay arrangement, some other bed. He is not performing the duties of the Secretary General of the coalition party. I think it was incumbent on those who are present to fill that position. If you look at Article 14, actually, I think Article 14
of the Constitution
of the deed of agreement. I can't remember.
All right.
He was in a violation. You're not supposed to promote the ideas, the principles of other programs of another coalition party. Okay. I mean, that's you're conflicted, and if you're conflicted, the only fair thing to do, if you're a gentleman, I'm assuming that we are dealing with gentlemen, but in Kenya most guys are not gentle. If we're dealing with a gentleman, you say, you know what? This relationship is not tenable, and therefore allow me to move. You can't have one leg on the right side and the other leg on the left side. You can't do two jobs. Or one job for two people.
Mheshimiwa, Senator Buru said that ODM was not consulted, but you're saying that ODM was consulted, they were invited, and they knew this was happening.
Oh yes, Mungala, I can confirm to you that ODM, through the officers that we know, were invited. Junette himself, who is the secretary of the coalition, was invited.
How is this invitation
done? He was invited.
Is it usually via an SMS?
An invitation can be in hand in written, electronically, so that there's evidence that you are called. In this case, all the people were invited electronically, and there's evidence to that effect. And that is why, when we submitted the communication of the changes, the new officials to ORPP, they ticked each and every box. Where is the invitation to the members? Here it is. Okay. Where's the agenda? Here's the agenda. Did you meet at a venue within Nairobi? Yes, we did. Was the time spelled out? Yes, it was. Did you have a quorum? Yes, we did. Where are the minutes? Here are the minutes. Where are the resolutions? Here are the resolutions. Where is form PP7? Here's the form PP7. So after ORPP ticked all the boxes and confirmed that we had complied, the only other requirement that was left was for those changes to be published in a newspaper that is nationwide circulated. And that we did on 4th of February this year. So we placed it. Now the question is, was a gazette notice out? It is not our job, after communicating everything and complying with what is required in law with our RPP, it is not our responsibility
to gazette.
We can't force them to gazette.
Who gazettes?
The job of ORPP, our job ended with ORPP. ORPP was supposed to transmit that information to the government printers. Now you know who the government printer is. Now if the so-called government printer receives instructions from those who are in power not to run the gazette notice with our notice, our hands are tied. However, those who crafted our constitution, smart guys, kudos. You know what they did? They said, okay, gazette notice or in a newspaper that's widely circulated. So after 14 days, whether they publish our names or not, we are already counting. 14 days from 4th of February 2026.
Today is day 8.
We are counting.
Or 9 thereabouts.
We are counting.
Okay. So this process that has been undertaken by the ORPP, what is the purpose? Is this some sort of internal dispute resolution, or is he in agreement that there was something wrong and we need to correct it?
Well, you know, there are dispute resolution mechanisms. So I think so far there are about 3 complaints. And you know, people have within their rights to raise issues and complain. It's fair enough. We live in a society where, you know, people are allowed to give their views or to dissent. So there are, I think, 3.
Are you able to share with us those complaints?
There is NLP, there is UDP, and now there's ODM. Now, initially there was only one party, NLP, that showed its hand, followed by UDP, and then finally
ODM.
Finally, ODM. Okay. So what have we done? We, of course, are engaging them. Even before we get to sitting down and looking at the article that allows us to engage in terms of resolving the dispute. And I can tell you, I don't to tell you, already one has seen. They are 100% supporting the changes that have been effected, and they are firmly in the coalition. So we shall engage, and of course, even before we get to the articles, we shall engage. We're engaging, and if we can't agree, of course, then we shall use the mechanism that allowed for dispute resolution. That shall be done, and we're just waiting for time. So the process has kicked, and we believe that within the mechanisms established in the deed of agreement, this small misunderstanding shall be dealt with.
All right. It's a small misunderstanding, as you put it. All right, Sawa. ODM, are they firmly in Azimio, or are they looking to leave this coalition?
Let me say this. there are two things here, Mungala. Number one, I'm a member of ODM. And ODM is a foundational member of the coalition party.
Indeed it is, yes.
It's the founder. So you would expect that those who are being used to exit the coalition will at least respect that the Prime Minister was a founding figure of this coalition. They will respect the fact that Raila Odinga actually was given the privilege by other members of the coalition who are equally fit to run for the presidency. All those members put him ahead. They put aside their ambitions, and they supported him as a flag bearer. I think it's only decent that you remember the sacrifices other people made to give the late Prime Minister an opportunity to run. So ODM, I've said, the foundational member.
Yes.
But what is interesting with ODM, which has been around for 2 decades,
okay,
ODM is not a person. ODM is an institution. ODM is a movement. And a movement does not belong to a few individuals. A movement belongs to the people. So we must distinguish between a few people who are transacting, a few people who are receiving checks from the current powers that be. They are receiving checks. And those ones, I think, are free to leave the movement. Okay?
Yes.
But those who prescribe in the principles and ideology of the late Prime Minister, who are the people who I'm sure will remain where the people are.
Right.
And you can see that the majority of Kenyans who are members of ODM are still in ODM, or rather in the movement. And I can say, without fear of contradiction, that there are 3 types of members here. There are those members who are called ideological members of the party.
Yes.
They believe in the ideology of ODM. The foundation. Those are the people who actually hold the foundation. Then there's a new crop of leadership, the young ones particularly, transformative leaders. They want to transform the ODM. They want to transform the party. They want now for the party to, to grow from the foundation that Baba left and others, put together. They want now to face the current challenges in a more transformative manner.
Right.
But then there's a group. There's a group. There's a group.
A group that does.
There's a group who I would call transactional. And when you're transacting, of course there are benefits.
True.
And the benefits are not sustainable. The new partner that you have engaged with will continue transacting with you to the point that you are relevant.
Yes.
Immediately they realize you are relevant, they will drop you as a hot potato. And that is the reality of politics.
Yes.
The guy writing checks on the other side will soon realize that he's dealing with people who have no relevance. They lost relevance.
Mheshimiwa, which side do you belong to?
I am part of the transformative group.
Okay.
That the movement needs to be transformed.
The one that is,
almost 70% of 60-70% of the members now, the voters now, are young people, millennials and Gen Z.
Yes.
You cannot use old tactics to manage the new generation. You'll fail flat on your face. So we must change gear. We must change strategy in line with the new generation and the future generations.
Right.
If you don't change, what happens?
They
you have to respond.
Yes.
In fact, in strategy, we are advised, we are taught that you must anticipate change and prepare for prepare a response that is appropriate.
Yes.
You must anticipate. Don't wait for it to find you.
Be ready
you
for
anticipate and you prepare an appropriate response.
Equal in measure.
Yeah. So on a scale of 5,
yes,
your response should be 4.5.
All right.
That the error margin should not go beyond 0.5.
You are saying that there's someone financing these folks that do not want to bring about this change, right? But also it is said that there's someone else financing this other side that is bringing about this change, and that person is not necessarily of ODM. Actually, it is said that President Uhuru, the 4th president of this country, is financing these folks that are agitating for this change.
First of all, let me say, thank God that you say that they are agitating for change. And change is not bad.
Yes.
Change is a good thing.
I agree.
But I am the ED of Azimio. I've not seen that financing. I can tell you. Uhuru Kenyatta, the 4th president of the Republic of Kenya, retired president, is a council member. And that's a fact. It's on record.
Yes.
Okay? So it has been irresponsible of him not to hold the coalition together, because he's still the chairman of the coalition party. Just like the other side, the president is a leader. Okay? And you've seen him even holding meetings in State House. Political meetings in State House.
Very true.
Using state resources. Okay? Now, who is the devil? One who is using state resources to propagate his own political interest, or one who is just putting his team together? So there's no funding. But there are meetings of minds. There are people meeting. So if you are talking about resources, you're right. Resources, in my understanding, is not limited to cash.
Okay.
Money. It is the minutes that you put in.
Yes.
Rather time. It is the manpower that you deploy, which is a resource. Machinery that you have, which is a resource. The management skills, marketing, and all those are resources.
So resources is equal.
So resources is not money.
All right.
I've not seen it, but I can tell you I've seen minutes. I've seen people committed to this change.
All right.
Which is a resource. I've seen human beings who are there. Manpower. That's another very serious resource.
Yes.
I am there as a man called Philip. I'm also giving my time. Those are resources that we are deploying.
Right.
Our skills we are deploying. And I think that is where people are getting a bit jittery. Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, we saw what happened. Edwin, Sifuna, and a couple of other folks were, should I say, kicked, axed. What exactly should we make of what happened yesterday as far as the meeting in Mombasa?
I think this is mischief. Because, you see, I don't even know. I can tell you, I don't think procedures really followed in kicking out people with dissenting voices. It was done in a kangaroo style, and I'm sure they are going to face a lot of headwinds. They have been saying that we did not follow procedure in effecting changes. I can tell you the meeting that took it's a kangaroo court.
Yes.
That that forced people with dissenting voices out. But you see, let us assume that they even succeed. Let's assume.
All right.
Let's start from there. Ask yourself, where are the people?
Where
are the people with those who are in the kangaroo court, kicking out others with dissenting views, or are with the people who are pushing for change? So the meeting in wherever it took place, I think is just one hell of a kangaroo court that I read mischief.
Yeah.
And I can see a foreign hand holding the string and playing with the puppet.
By foreign, you mean outside this country?
No, foreign hand means that
outside
some guy seated somewhere.
Okay.
Some guy is with a string and with a leash.
A puppeteer.
With a leash. With a leash and just pushing the puppet. And controlling the puppet.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I can see. That's what I read from what happened in Mombasa.
Actually, CS Mbadi did go ahead and say that there are several other steps that need to be taken before it is official that these fellows no longer hold the positions that they hold. I think he mentioned something through the NGC, NDC at one point. Are those processes still going to take place? And what do you predict the outcome would be?
You see, Mungala.
Yes.
First of all, this Mbadi fellow is a state officer.
Yes.
Should he be engaging in politics?
I asked the same question.
Should he be engaging in politics? You know, these are people who are very uncouth. These are people who, if we strictly follow the constitution, the man should not be in office. He should have been kicked out for violating chapter 6 of leadership and integrity. Okay?
Yeah.
But because we live in a country where the constitution is not respected, the man will continue holding office. That's one.
Okay.
Number two, this matter, if it ends up in court, these guys have violated every breath of the ODM constitution.
Yes.
Those changes will not be affected. Okay. The only thing that I feel sorry about my younger brothers,
yes,
is whether their continued stay in this marriage is tenable. You know, it must get to a point where you say that this marriage is not tenable.
Yes.
This bed split into two. You take your bed, take your piece, I take my piece.
Kila mtu na pilo yake.
Kila mtu aenda na pilo yake.
But now where does so what options do Sifuna, Caleb Amisi have as far as their own actions are concerned?
Very, very many options. The first one, of course, is to challenge those decisions, illegal decisions that have been made before a dispute resolution committee. If it fails, proceed to court. In fact, I think I'd have follow the steps.
Yes.
Dispute resolution.
Yes.
Because if you go to court, you'll be referred back to the dispute resolution committee. So, present your case. Of course, I know that's another kangaroo court. Being controlled by a foreign hand.
Yes.
Okay. Then proceed to court. Proceed to court, and I'm confident that those changes will be annulled by our courts.
They will come out victorious?
They will. I'm 100% sure they will. But even after getting to that point,
yeah,
the question is the marriage tenable? I think, Mungana, as you said, kila mtu aenda na pilo yake.
Lakini sasa ukisema marriage, are you saying that they exit ODM? Because that would mean several other issues, including perhaps us having to go into by-elections. Ama, what do you mean?
You see, this is a process. First of all, even for ODM to exit the coalition, they need 2/3 of NEC to make that resolution.
Okay.
It's not an individual who can make that decision. 2/3. Number two, after they have made that decision in a NEC, and there are 2/3, the second step is to give notice, 3 months notice, to exit the coalition. And that will have taken us quite a bit
of time.
Okay? But at the right time, yeah, kila mtu achukue pilo yake. Now, the transformative leaders, Babo Wino, Sifuna, Osotsi, Caleb Amisi, and there are many, I can tell you, Karori Omondi, there are many, you will be surprised. I'm telling you, you'll be shocked. There are many transformative leaders within ODM.
Yes.
When they take that pillow, that one pillow,
yes,
ODM will be naked.
One pillow, ODM and
naked. Let me ask the question. What is it about these politicians that makes them transformative?
These politicians?
Yes, the ones you mentioned. Yeah. What is it that makes them transformative?
You know, you can only be transformative when you respond to the changes within an environment. Okay? That you're not fixated to the past. You are looking at the future and you are saying this is what the future would want us to look like. So you come up with strategies, tactics, to deal with the future. So the question you, as a transformative leader, you're looking at, you're saying, what is it that the future wants us to do? And you respond to the future needs of an institution, of a nation. So what is the effect of transforming? Is bringing positive change, is making things better than they were. you become a transformative.
When you are the last town clerk that the city of Nairobi had, there are very many things that you're credited with doing. There's a track record. Most people who enjoy the services of toilet facilities in town do not know that you spearheaded many of those changes. Things which didn't exist in the city, and the form in which they existed were abhorrent. But there are very many other things that you did that were new, and so they were transformative. And one can say, when Philip Kisia was here, we did A, B, C, and D. We have an election in 2027, and something that baffles me, and it baffled me in the election 2022, the number of people whom it is reported did not vote. Bless you. The number of people who did not vote, if there were a constituency that voted, they would have been the president. Because President Ruto did not get 8 million, neither did Raila Odinga. Those who did not vote were 8 million and slightly above. So we have this very interesting situation where it is contestable that those who did not participate at all in the election were of such a magnitude that had they voted for somebody else, we would have had a third person being president. My question, we are looking at 2027. We are looking at the popularity of leaders. How do you get people to actually go and vote? Because there are votes that by their nature can be so overwhelming, it does not matter whatever trickery, whatever conjury that somebody may want to put in place. The votes will just overwhelm you. It will go beyond whatever maneuvers you have. Can the popularity of these transformative leaders that you say, because they're crowd pullers, there's no question about it, can it be transformed into votes? If so, how do you think they can transform this popularity into votes?
City, you're right that in the last general election, about 8 million potential voters never voted, which is a very sad state of affairs. Huh? But the beauty is, these people who didn't vote are also going through the pain that the other almost about, I think, 14 million people who voted, or thereabout. So we are all in pain, all of us. Those who voted for the current government, those who voted for the Azimio group, and those who didn't vote. The pain is the same. Yeah. In fact, maybe those who didn't vote are feeling more pain, because if they had voted, we would not be in this mess. Okay. The second thing is that those 8 million votes plus the additional maybe 6 or so million voters who had not reached the age of voting are now qualified to vote. They can vote. So 8 plus about 6 takes to about 14 million potential voters who didn't vote in the last general elections. Now, the beauty is the 8 most likely know that they can cause a change, was through the pain that has muted to them. But the 6 million votes are voters who are so enlightened, very enlightened. There are people who don't talk about tribe. There are people who want you to be very clear on the agenda of fighting corruption, how you transform this nation, how you create jobs, how you deal with, remove state capture and what have you. Okay, those 6 million voters, the new voters. Okay, very enlightened. Okay, so the question that City asked is, how do you convert those 14 million voters to vote for you? I'll just give you an answer. Listen to them and come up with a shared vision. Not your vision. I have heard people, many people, particularly in those who are currently leading this nation, who say, I have a vision. I have a vision. I have a vision. For heaven's sake, that is your vision. confine it to yourself and your family. We want to move together with a shared vision, a vision that is we all own, because we all aspire. We are all in one basket.
Yeah.
We agree with this one, like what Kibaki did. He came up with Vision 2030. It's a vision that is shared for prosperity of the entire nation. So that is what needs to be done. Don't come up with this, what my professor Marty Linsky calls the big L syndrome.
Yeah.
The Bwana Mkubwa syndrome. I have a vision. I'm do this. You know, when you are given an opportunity to provide leadership, you are only there to fast track through the tactics, through the strategies that you have deploy. But the vision that you're implementing is a people vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, I actually like what you're saying, because that means that once you have consulted the citizens and they tell you exactly what it is they want, then you're in a better position to deliver for them. However, someone already did that, and he's called President Ruto. When he was campaigning in 2022, I believe he went around the country. I understand he signed several agreements with all 47 counties. He even went deeper.
Charters.
And charters, yes, exactly. And he spoke now even specifically with mama mbogas, and akaongea na watu wa bodaboda, akaongea na watu wa mikokoteni. He actually consulted people, but here we are today.
You see,
yeah.
Mungala.
Yes.
You know, there is listening and listening.
Okay.
You can pretend you are listening to people, but you already have a preconceived idea. You know, you just pretend that yes, I'm listening to you, but in your mind and head and soul,
yes,
you have different ideas. There was no need for President Ruto to create another vision. There was already a vision 2030, a shared vision.
Okay.
What he should have told us, or what any leader should tell us, is how, because by the time he was taking over, we had lagged behind in Vision 2030. What he should have been telling us is how, because this is your vision, it has not changed, and a vision does not change. You don't just wake up. What changes are the tactics. You can improve it, okay? You can fast track. So when he took over, we were already behind. We had lagged behind. He should have said, now that you have given an opportunity, if you give me an opportunity to sit on the steering wheel, we are behind. This is what I'm going to do to fast track. He has made a statement that he's going to push Kenya from third to first.
Right.
And I'm sure you've all read Lee Kuan Yew's book, From Third to First. Okay? It's people-centered. People-centered. So, even the ones who come in 2027, and I can assure you,
yes,
Mwala,
yes,
that we are the government in waiting. We are the government in waiting because we are listening, we care. We know that Kenyans have a vision. We also, understand the fact that it's about to end.
Yes.
So now we are revising it. We are looking at it to see how we can fast track what is off track, but now to immediately start preparing for our second vision, Vision 2060, in line with African Union.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is what we shall be selling across
the country
to the Kenyan people.
Your party leader, of which now Siji, in which position I'll put you by asking you this question. He said a couple of days ago that they are not gunning for, and by party leader I mean Dr. Oburu. He said that they're not interested in Professor Kindiki's position, but then now yesterday he said that he was misinterpreted, and he said that is the very position they want. What did he mean by that?
You know, when you're in politics, and when I heard that statement, because I saw that I had to listen to that clip several times.
Yes,
he said, my good friend Dr. Bull said that ODM is not interested. Leave alone position 1, even 2. Then I asked myself, so
what are you doing?
Why are you in politics? Why?
Yes.
Why?
Right.
So if he has corrected himself, maybe that time the owner forced him to utter certain words. But when he realized that the ground was becoming a bit too hot, he had to retract his statement. And again, you see, nothing is cast on stone. Maybe he made a mistake, and then he realized that, hey, what have I just said?
Yes.
That even our people, our party, should not even go for the second in command. That we just want to be there as flower girls.
Yes.
You know, the import is that we are just flower girls in this thing, and we don't mind being flower girls.
You know, Mheshimiwa, this is where this is the aspect of our politics that I have a massive problem with. You see, if we were a country that had a system of government that is entrenched to take care of the indigent, the people who cannot survive on their own, the people who need concert help, the people who require what you call a basic universal income, the 6,000 shillings that Raila Odinga spoke of as a guarantee. And if we're a country that doesn't have 38% of its people teetering not just on poverty but have no clue where the next meal is coming from, then yes, I would entertain it. But a lot of the discussions that political parties, individuals within our political system have, it is discussions and narratives that entrench what we've had as our politics. And that status quo is what has brought us to where we are now, and the entrenching of it. I honestly do not hear of what it is, amidst everything else that politicians say, how they hope to uplift the people in this country who are in poverty out of that poverty completely. So that when we talk about poverty, it is such a small percentage that statistically it's irrelevant. But that's not the case. I do not hear of retracing our steps so that things that have worked for us before can be revived so that they can work. This idea of new ideas is a good thing. But why not improve what you already have so that it actually gets better? It existed. Something happened. Why don't you improve it? If you have to kill it, then tell us why it has to die and why this new thing has to come. Case in point is our education system. This CBC, we are back to what we had in the 1960s, in the 1970s, 1980s. This system, we had secondary schools where you could do business studies. You studied humanities, sciences, but you could do business. Predominantly they offered you.
Simangu walikuwa nasoma pilot.
Believe me, yes, there's schools, an ordinary secondary school where everybody got to study some technical subjects. Then there were technical secondary schools. Technical. You study humanities, sciences, but you focus on technical. Meaning, the pathways had already been created. We dismantled it, we brought in the 844, and now we're bringing it back, and we're calling it the CBC or CBE. We had it. What is it about us that we leave aside something that actually worked, then somewhere along the line somebody revives it and gives it a new name, and suddenly it's new, and there's nothing new about it. The education system must seek to meet the needs of the country, and it must focus and take it to the level of universities. Look at our universities. Jomo Kenyatta University of
Agriculture and Technology.
Precisely. That's what was the focus. Edgerton was an agricultural college. That was the focus. We had the University of Nairobi that taught very many other subjects, humanities, engineering, and all these. What am I saying? How do you move from a country that actually understood how to meet the demands of the nation to one where everything is so mixed up, you're not even sure what's supposed to go where and
because we don't have a blueprint.
We do have a blueprint.
We have several blueprints.
We do have blueprints. My focus is on the politics, the politicians, and entrenching a status quo that does not benefit the citizenry. It speaks of benefiting the citizenry, but it does not.
Okay.
Because if it did, then what I began by saying would not exist. It would not be a subject of conversation. How do you explain that the very foundations that we had of agriculture and businesses within areas that unfavor those regions, where they're talking about sugar cane, where they're talking about pan paper in Webuye, where they talk about tea, all these things that we talk about. How do you explain a situation where we have moved back in time as opposed to moving forward?
Yeah. What is the question therefore, Mheshimiwa?
My question is a really simple one. Those who purport to want to remove this government, what is their plan? Because I don't hear it. I hear people telling me that they will unveil it soon, and people are dying. They will unveil it soon. People who are hungry are not suddenly full. They're just as hungry as they were before.
Yeah.
And the numbers of people who don't know where their next meal is coming from is increasing, not diminishing. And all they're saying is they will unveil it soon. So, when will they unveil these things? When all these people who are hungry have died, and by that time they will not need the plans.
Yeah.
When will this happen?
Over to you, Mheshimiwa.
City, we are not in power. We could be having good dreams, and our dreams are the dreams of the people of this country. So let me say this. You're right. Because over 23 million Kenyans live below $3. Over 23 million. 56% of Kenyans live under abject poverty. I think between 1.9 and $3. So this country is in a mess. But how can that be cured? It can be cured by simply just following and executing what the people of Kenya decided almost 24 years ago. They have a shared vision. Mungalo saying that there's a blueprint. So when you put people in office, their job is not to, like CT said, don't come up with something new. Work on what you found. Mwai Kibaki started off the vision, and I think we're doing very well. In fact, I keep on saying that he's probably the only president that Kenya has ever had, because before then there was our vision was never documented. For the first time, he documented a shared vision for prosperity.
Yeah.
So, first things first. You get into office. Don't get into the office with zero approach mentality to management. You are starting from zero. There are already things, even if you think your predecessor on a scale of 10 scored 3 or 4. As a good manager, you don't start from zero. Because when you're starting from zero, you are deploying resources that you should be deploying on a scale of 10 from 4.
Yeah.
Start working from 4. But when you have this zero approach mentality, you only start from zero. So by the time you are getting to 4, where your predecessor was, it is time for you to leave office.
Yeah.
And people don't feel the change. People don't see anything changing. Because of what? Your mentality. That the person who was there did nothing.
Was and therefore,
it did nothing. I'm a great guy. I'm coming up with new ideas. You're born to fail. Like now, this time, this administration, their time has run out. 4 years down the line, people are asking, and what have you done? And what have you done? The other thing that we need to look at as a country, God really favored this country. If you look at any part of this country, it's factor endowed.
Okay.
There is no country, no county, there's no place in this country that you can say is absolutely useless. There is something that God gave each and every space of this country. What we've not been able to do is to exploit what God has given us in each and every region.
Yes.
So if a region is, say, Western Kenya, God blessed with good soil, good climate, and what have you, why should we be killing agriculture?
In that region.
We're killing agriculture. We're killing our sugar cane factories, completely destroying sugar our sugar, so that we can import. Massive tons of sugar are being imported by this regime, giving people. Why are they doing that? At the expense of killing the sugarcane growers in Western Kenya so that you can import. And what happens when you're importing? You're just impoverishing people. Because when you import, you can certainly not move from third to first. When you are using the meager resources that you have to import basic commodities, there's no way that you can move from third to first. But let me say this. The biggest problem is not of inadequate resources that we have.
Yes.
No, that is not the issue. There are two problems we have. One, application of the resources that you have. Okay? How do you apply the meager resources that you have? Do you apply them in areas that are productive? I'll give you an example that you can understand. If you spend 12 billion shillings on the presidency, just on the president, 12 billion.
Yes.
And another several billions in another office called deputy president. Are those offices productive? Do they produce anything? Those are consumption units. The question is, can you live within your means? Can you live with half the budget so that the other half is applied to areas that are productive? Agriculture, trade and industry, education, health, infrastructure, and what have you. So I said what? Misapplication of resources. We are so wasteful. In fact, people complain about the wage bill. If I was given a chance to run this country, the first thing I'll do is to increase salaries of our civil servants.
Okay.
So they become productive. The problem is that we don't have an economy that is growing. Okay, we need to expand this economy. We need to make sure that we reduce wastage, increase the tax base so that we have more money. And I can tell you, when taxpayers see the benefit of people, the compliance level just shoot. People feel happy paying taxes because they can see our roads have no potholes. Our health system is working.
Yes.
People will comply. But the biggest thing we have, the biggest challenge we have is that we have corrupt fellows. People who get into office not to serve the people of the nation, but people who all of a sudden, a fellow who has been, I don't know, because every space of this country where you live is a good area. But when you live from a certain area, you've been living there.
Yes.
And then you're appointed as CS. You've been putting on a belt of 1,000 bob. You're here? The city is laughing.
Yes.
1,000 bob.
Yeah.
And within months, you're putting on a belt of 1 million. What does that say?
Okay.
How clever are you? Just within 6 months, 9 months, we saw you. Our children have been seeing you putting on a belt of 1,000.
Yeah.
Which can do, because a belt just to hold your trouser.
Exactly.
Okay? So it doesn't fall off. Okay? Why would you, and where have you got those resources to move from a belt of 1K to 1 million shillings? Greed has destroyed Kenya.
All right.
Those are the two problems: misapplication and greed, mismanagement.
All right.
Those are the challenges we are facing. So the city was saying, even those who are not taking action, you can only start taking action once you take over the office. Actually, like if you're not, if city is not here, he's able to do what he's doing because he's in this beautiful station, radio generation. He's using his skills. He's doing a great job. But immediately you remove city and put him there, the sentry box there.
Right.
Can he do what he's doing?
Definitely not.
He is doing what he's doing because they have this opportunity.
But you're actually discussing me. I'm actually here.
We can see you. Mheshimiwa, before we let you go, we have about a minute to close this conversation. Nairobi County, the governor has ceded some functions to the national government. As a former Nairobi town clerk, what are your thoughts on that?
A sad state of affairs, Mungala, if you ask me. Because You are given that responsibility by the people of Kenya, or people of Nairobi. They entrusted you. Then, midstream, you say, nimeshindwa kazi, let somebody else come in. For example, I'm sure you're married, Mungala.
Yes, I am.
You're married?
Yes.
Thank God you're married.
Amen.
You can imagine a situation where, my son goes to and brings a and you say, okay, we have blessed you, go. And then midstream says, now nimeshindwa kila kitu. I can't take care of my family.
There are some functions I can't do.
I cannot take care of my family. It's a very untidy.
Okay.
A lesson to the people of Nairobi. Because this is the third cycle of governor. Don't elect somebody because of tribe. Don't elect somebody because of a political party. For heaven's sake, 2027 is around the corner. Elect somebody who has skills, competencies, who has a track record that has been proved. You cannot, for example, board Boeing 747-800, and you are told that the guy in the cockpit has never even driven a bicycle. What will you do? What will you do?
Panic.
No, what would you do? The guy's in the cockpit.
Before it
he has not even been able to ride a bicycle.
Yeah.
And he's the one who's about to take off. What would you do?
Okay. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for coming through. This conversation has been very exciting. We invite you again to Radio Generation now that you know the direction. Usipote, njoo tuendelee kuongea.
Asante sana City for inviting me. I miss the breakfast the City used to buy me.
He actually buys them on this other side. So if you frequent here, you'll definitely get them. All right, that is where we take a pause for now, but we shall be coming back shortly. As a matter of fact, in the next hour, we are hosting the PS for Diaspora Affairs. So don't go too far. Rather, we will be right back. If you have any questions, zitupe pale kwa mtandao, tutazisoma vilivyo.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Construction Authority has provided a detailed explanation of the building that collapsed on Kirinyaga Road in Nairobi early Wednesday, shedding light on the circumstances leading to the incident. According to a statement released by NCA yesterday, the collapse occurred during foundation works when a temporary retaining wall installed to support earlier excavation gave way. Retaining walls act as short-term supports to hold back soil during digging, while shoring ensures that the surrounding earth does not cave in as foundations are laid. A family in Kiambu County is in distress after the relative went missing in June last year. The 26-year-old Joseph Kamau traveled to Moscow, Russia, in search of better opportunities, but communication stopped soon after he arrived. Kamau, who's a trained chef, is said to have taken up what he described as a chef job with the Russian army, hoping to earn a better salary.
Sijui kama mtoto wangu ako uhai ama amekufa. Kile ningeomba ni serikali ifanye maneno yao imrudishe hapa, sababu namtaka akiwa hai, akiwa hapa.
Tunasikia watu wanaenda kuvuzwa kwa siku chache, alafu natumwa laini za bere mahali vita imesidia. Kwa hivyo sisi hatujui vile mtoto wetu yuko.
Bunduki tu zenye anaona zinabebwa na mapolisi huku, na yeye hajaifanya kazi ya upishi na bunduki hazipelekani.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has clarified that the Orange Democratic Movement acted within its rules when recommending the removal of Secretary General Edwin Sifuna. He emphasized that the National Executive Committees is only a recommendation and that the final outcome depends on further approval by the party's governing bodies. Mbadi said he was disappointed in what had become of the immediate former ODM Secretary General.
Very disappointed. Let me tell you, I know how Sifuna got into that position. He was actually not the favorite. He wasn't. We sat with Baba and agreed. He wasn't the February. The February was, now I'm forgetting this gentleman's name, but I will tell you. He is also a lawyer. He's a very controversial guy. I'm just forgetting his name. How could I forget? But I will tell you another time. That was a favorite. And you ask Nabina Buera. They made noise when we made... the Western delegates didn't want to hear of Sifuna at Orange House.
ODM leader Oburu Oginga has clarified that his party still wants the deputy president's position ahead of the 2027 elections. Speaking on Wednesday, Oburu said people misunderstood his earlier remarks. He explained that ODM is still interested in the seat, but the party does not have any personal issues with current Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. He said the party's focus is on serving the public, not fighting individuals.
Wali misinterpret. Walisema ati mimi nilisema ati sisi hatutaki kiti cha Deputy President. Hiyo kiti ya Deputy President ndio tunalenga sana. Nilisema ya kwamba huyo Deputy President hatuna nini chuki na yeye kwa binafsi. Yeye binafsi hatuna maneno naye. Lakini hiyo kiti ni kiti ya public.
6 people have been found dead in suspected murder-suicides in a mountain range in western Bulgaria, officials have said. 3 bodies, including that of a 15-year-old, were found in a van parked in a remote area of Stara Palnina on Sunday. Investigators said they were connected to 3 others found dead near a burned-down hut 6 days prior. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Nottingham Forest have sacked Sean Dyche as head coach after just 114 days in charge and are looking for their 4th boss of the season. Forest were held to a goalless draw at home by bottom club Wolves on Wednesday and are just 3 points above the Premier League relegation zone with 12 games remaining. Dyche succeeded Ange Postecoglou in October and had signed a contract until the summer of 2027. Postecoglou lasted just 39 days in the job after replacing Nuno Espirito Santo. Liverpool put an impressive away performance to become the first team to win at Sunderland in the Premier League this season. Virgil van Dijk's second half header secured all 3 points for the visitors, who dominated large parts of the match at the Stadium of Light. The Liverpool captain nodded on a corner from Mohamed Salah just after the hour mark, and Sunderland's Habib Diarra, who was on the goal line, could only help the ball into the back of the net. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. This is 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. How are you doing? A big shout out to the folks that are very vocal. I can see the real SC. He has a lot of words for our previous guest, Samuel Kamau as well. And then there's My Take 2.0. My Take 2.0. Where? Ninaona umekasirika tena sana. George Opio as well, Dr. Hosea Koech, all of you, thank you so much for your comments. Right now though, the conversation takes a different turn. We are hosting the Principal Secretary, State Department for Diaspora Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Roslyn Kathure Njogu. Karibu Madam PS to Radio Generation.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for having me and good morning.
Good morning. We were having a conversation a couple of, was it yesterday or the day before that? And we're just talking about the state of, immigration in this country, and also some of the problems that Kenya is facing as far as human trafficking is concerned. And our guest, she's called Sophie. She told us that Kenya is a huge hub as far as trafficking is concerned, and those obviously are very alarming sentiments. I don't know what you have to say about that.
So that's a sort of good place to start the conversation. Indeed, human trafficking is a concern around the world. Kenya being the entryway into East Africa, into Africa really, noting that we are 5 hours flight to anywhere on this continent from Nairobi, means that we are a hub. We are an IT hub, we are a business hub, we are a hub for many things. That also means you can be a hub for bad things. But I wouldn't be willing to say that we are the hub for human trafficking.
Yeah.
That would not be correct. That would be inaccurate. Have we had challenges as far as being a source of human trafficking victims? Yes, you have seen me on radio and TV speaking about that before. We are a transit country because, again, as I mentioned, we are a hub, so a lot of people will use Nairobi as their jump-off point to other places. And we've also had cases of being a destination for trafficking.
Yeah.
So that is in public knowledge, and we know that. The concern, perhaps in the last 2 years, has increased significantly because we have human trafficking now flying under the radar of labor mobility. And that's probably why we're actually having this conversation. There have been a lot of people who think they are going abroad for a job, but they end up having been trafficked or having been smuggled.
Yeah.
And the challenge with that, of course, is severe because you did not leave your home to go and be a slave someplace else, whether it is sex trafficking or being trafficked into forced criminality or whatever, or organ harvesting or whatever. It is not that you are pursuing. But also to have a government-sponsored program called Kazi Maju or a labor mobility program then be used by nefarious characters as a cover or as a hook for people who are looking for opportunities and who are desperate then to find themselves having been trafficked. That is a serious concern, and that is why you will see we have come out we've come out guns blazing, all hands on deck to deal with this issue of human trafficking.
Yeah. And of course, a lot of people saying that, the government needs to do more. The question is, what exactly can the government do and what can't the government do?
I'm so glad you asked that question. You found me, while we're waiting for the show and I was sitting with my team, I was venting a little bit. Not because I am tired of hearing the government needs to, the government must, what is the government doing? I hear that daily. But because while the government has made its interventions, we have an anti-human trafficking law, we have a multi-agency team that works on human trafficking, we have the counter-trafficking persons committee, we have a framework for dealing with victims, we have rules that tell us how we compensate victims, how we help repatriate victims. We have sitting committees that have been repatriating victims from Cambodia, Thailand, Russia, Myanmar, the Golden Triangle. All of that. While all of that is happening, we have a revolving door. As I am bringing people in,
others are exiting.
And here's my concern. While government can do everything it can do, if you choose to live today and you choose to take a path that is not safe, there is very little we can do because you have freedoms and because you're escaping the pathway. Let me explain that a little more.
Please do.
And I'm speaking now from the labor mobility point of view. We have created guardrails, a safe channel for you to travel through if you're going to take up a job opportunity. If there is a message you've probably heard me repeat time and again through social media, through radios, katika matelevisheni, katika radio, katika magazeti, it has been, if you are going to go abroad for work, use a licensed and regulated recruitment agent. I have repeated that. I have given the website is naims.go.ke. I do not think there is a person now who has not heard that if you're going to go abroad, use a licensed and regulated recruitment agent, licensed by the Ministry of Labor.
Okay.
So these are we've built up a channel that looks like this. Use an agent, okay? a licensed agent. That is number one. Go through pre-departure training, again through the Ministry of Labor framework. By the time you get to the airport, we have a Ministry of Labor check desk or help desk to do sort of that last minute check where we confirm that you were leaving. Here is all of your documentation and you are actually ready to leave. You've been cleared and so on. We've even done things to facilitate your quick movement. We have a green channel. If you're looking for a job abroad, you can get your passport even in 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Right. So we've created the safety framework. We tell you do these things. We've negotiated agreements with a number of countries now so that you can be safe in those countries and so that if something bad happens, we are able to reach you easily, quickly and help you.
Okay.
We have created an entire State Department for Diaspora Affairs whose job is to look out for the welfare of Kenyans abroad. We have created a 24-hour response center where diaspora in distress can call us here in Nairobi every day. Yes, and we are putting up the details now on our social media pages.
Okay.
And that's going to be up. So we have expanded our diplomatic footprint. We have more people now, more staff now in our various embassies. We have new consulates in places like Guangzhou or like Jeddah. So the framework that government can create for safety has been created and it is robust. And these are some of the things that I'm talking about. I've not even talked about the fact that we are working on repatriation of bodies or, we now are able to rescue people who are in distress and we bring them back and we've rescued thousands in the last 3 years and so on. So that framework exists. But, and here is the question, here's a sticking point. This thing is like salvation. You have to opt in.
It's not forced on you.
It is not forced on you. You have to opt in. If you refuse, I have created the path. This is the narrow path. Let me stick with my gospel analogies.
Yes.
This is the narrow path. The narrow path is find a licensed agent, work through the Ministry of Labor for your pre-departure processing and so on. Register with an embassy, with our embassy or with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs when you get there, so that we have your information. Okay? Do all of those things, travel safely. We even give you pre-departure materials and so on, booklets, whatever. Go. Okay?
Okay.
But you choose to take a different path. Now you go on the wide path.
Yes.
Isn't it? On the broad path. You stay away from the straight and narrow. You decide that I am not going to use a licensed agent. In fact, when we ask you who is your agent, you say my agent anaitwa Martin. There's no agent called Martin. It has to be a company. All right? So you tell us agent wangu anaitwa McKenna. How? Okay, so you don't use a licensed agent. You pick up a job from a WhatsApp forward. You don't check with us if that job is legit, and you can text us, you can call us on WhatsApp, you can email us to confirm if a job is legit. We know, we have the database.
Yes.
Then we tell you, then you're told, please ensure that you travel on a work visa. Okay? Don't go on a tourist visa. But you choose to go on a tourist visa. You find a random agent on the street. They tell you there's a job for you as a customer service in Thailand. You take it up. They use fake documents to process a visa for you. And you know they are fake documents because that bank statement does not belong to you. You know you don't have that kind of money in the bank, but they fabricate these documents. You go to the embassy. You get a tourist visa. They tell you when you go to the airport, because the government of Kenya is really checking people who are going because of the concerns we've had, they tell you this is your fake
profile.
Not just profile, but this is the hotel where you need to say you're going for as a tourist.
Yes.
This is the 4-star or 3-star hotel you're going to be staying at. These are some dollars for you to show. It's called show money to show at the airport so that, basically you check box and that all these things are false, because really, why should you do this if you're going for a customer service job? So you walk into that path, you lie, you get to Bangkok, you're trafficked from Bangkok straight into Myanmar, and then Serikali's idea. Where in that chain could we have interrupted you? Every safeguard we built for you,
you have bypassed.
You have bypassed it knowingly. Now you tell me, how do we intervene in that case? Let me give you a second example.
Okay.
Remember I said the safety begins with a licensed agent. You meet a random advert for a job in on social media, usually on WhatsApp, on Facebook. We are recruiting soldiers for Russia. Unajiamini, right? You say, you know, I think I can do this. I promise you good money. They're not a licensed agent. There's some person you have met on social media. You get your passport, you sign a contract, they pay your family deposit money, your family uses this money, and I'm telling you these stories, real stories that are on my desk. Okay? You fly to Russia. You go. After a while, you realize war is actually really bad. People are dying. I am being put on the front lines. We are cannon fodder.
Bullets are flying.
Bullets are flying. People that I came with have died. I'm living in fear for my life every day. Your family comes to my office as late as yesterday. Your family comes to my office. Saidia kijana wetu alienda. I'm like, did you know that he was going? As a family, did you know there was war in Russia? Yes. Did you know we had said people should not go to Russia? Yes. Why would you allow him to go to Russia and now things are this bad? You want to come?
Yes.
How do we intervene in an active war?
Allow me to to ask, like, there are people who knowingly agree to go to, knowing that they are going to war.
Yes.
It's not that they were duped that you're going to be a driver or a sales agent or a front desk manager. You're going to war.
So you have those categories. There are those who are given information that is not 100%. They thought they're going to support the efforts sort of from a logistical point of view.
Okay.
There are those who knew when knowingly that we're going to be combatants.
Okay.
Okay. There are a number who are recruited from third countries. So they're not being recruited necessarily in Nairobi. They're being recruited from a third country. Some of our workforce is in the Middle East. People are being recruited from there. So you go. But it's all started with walking into the room with an unlicensed agent.
Okay.
And then you bypass, you don't tell us that you're going for this, you don't tell us about a contract, you don't come to the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs and ask us, tuambie ni historia ya Russia ikoaje? Can someone really take up a job? Like, do the due diligence. No, you don't do that. Then you end up now in difficult circumstances. And now government must bend over backwards, do everything possible, use our entire diplomatic might, and so on, and a lot of fire to come and get you. And it is not always possible to get you. For various reasons. Allow me to finish this thought. For various reasons. One, it is an active war zone. You've already been paid, you've already been recruited by this recruiter as a combatant. Can you escape? Probably not. If you escape with your life, you might not be able to leave the war. Why? Desertion laws. If you try to run away, they will come for you. You're deserting the army.
So you're court-martialed.
Court-martial. I'm trying to be as clear as possible to say this is a dangerous situation. When you knowingly walk into, stay outside of the safety guardrails that we have created, then you cannot be hard to say that the government should come and help me. We helped you. You chose to go outside the guardrails.
Now I understand a lot. Tulikuwa tumekaa, personally nilikuwa nimekaa mahali thinking that some of these things were happening and you could, there's a lot you could do, there's a lot you ignored, or perhaps even in terms of your duty kuna vitu mlikataa tu kufanya, but now I get it.
We've done
this is just a new frontier. The discussions around people seeking employment in the Middle East, seeking employment in areas around the Middle East, leaving Kenya to go to another country. We don't cross the Mediterranean like our West African and North African relatives. But there's a certain mindset that is characteristic of Kenyans. They know better than the government.
You're now in Ukraine.
City, you've not lied. And let me tell you, we might not shout a lot as government, but we are like parents. We know things that the children do not know. So when we are telling you, don't go here, don't go here, don't go here, it is not, we are not trying to deny you good things. We have gone out of our way to get you good things. We have negotiated agreements with new places, with safe places. Take advantage of those new positions. Take advantage of the opportunities in Germany. Take advantage of the opportunities in Austria. Take advantages of everywhere we are negotiating agreements. Go there. Stop going to dangerous places and stop going to dangerous places outside of our guardrails. Because I'll be very clear. If today I get a message from a domestic worker in distress somewhere in the Middle East,
yes,
we swing into action. Why? This person most likely has gone through the legit process. There is a licensed agent involved. We have a copy of her contract. We have probably a copy of her passport. We know her employer. It is quick. It is easy. It can be tedious, but it is easy for us to be able to rescue that woman usually. Okay, we will swing into action. We will send embassy staff. We will get a welfare check. Blah blah blah. We'll contact the other side. We do everything possible to rescue this person because they are truly in distress. But there is a safety framework that we have built for her, and so we activate that safety framework.
All right.
Now you tell me, should I be diverting the taxpayers' money that is entrusted to me, the little funds that we have? Should I be diverting those from rescuing people who legitimately find themselves in trouble, having done everything right? Or should I go chasing after my naughty boys and girls who have used panya routes to go to other places?
I mean, I totally get what you're trying to say,
Yeah.
and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And that is why I'm saying sasa kuna vitu nilikuanga sikuwa naelewa lakini sasa nimeelewa.
Sasa umeelewa.
On this issue of Middle East,
Yeah.
it has been a proper thorn in the flesh for quite a while.
Yeah.
Why? What is usually the problem with that area? Like what? And you know,
Paul, Paul, you're a Kenyan.
Yes, I am.
Do you know how we behave and how we think?
We are diverse and different, yes.
Let us look at how it is we believe and how we think. Who do you think a Kenyan is most likely to listen to? An agency that represents the government or their third cousin whose best friend has spoken to about an issue? Who are they likely to believe?
Of course, the family friend, family
exactly.
member.
Will they even question the knowledge base of this particular individual? No. How many times do you hear people referencing, I have heard from a reliable source, saying, what is this source? No.
Tidimi na kusho.
Basi ndio hivyo. Unajua yule cousin wangu mbali yule rafiki yake
yako Saudi.
Yes, exactly. Now that is considered a reliable source. So yes.
You're right. Lived experience. But let me say something, CT, about experiences and about some things that are truly beginning to concern me now, 3 years into the job. In the last 3 years, we have brought home well over, from the Golden Triangle, from Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, that region, well over 620, 650, I think, Kenyans who have been trafficked to that space. We've rescued 600 plus people who've been trafficked from that place. Towards the end of last year, we had a serious breakthrough. The Chinese government, the Thai government, and the Thai government cut off power to the Myanmar scam compounds.
Okay.
I've spoken before. So what was happening is in Myanmar, closest to the Thai border, there were various cartels that had set up scam compounds. There used to be casinos before COVID, but during COVID, they were converted into scam centers. Basically, we traffic people from around the world. We bring them here. We give them computers. We make them extort money from unsuspecting people. So fraud, cybercrime, get people to invest in non-existent crypto, get people to pity me. I'm a pretty sweet little girl. Send money. My mother needs surgery, blah, 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 blah. Fake things. Do that at gunpoint. Do the extort people, torture people, electrocute people. We have been working in that space for the last few years. Towards the end of last year, what happened is that those two governments really worked hard to take apart those scam centers. There were thousands of people who had been trafficked into that space from within the region, especially from that area in Asia, but also from around the world, such as now the Kenyan victims I'm talking about, Ugandans, Tanzanians, people from South America, they were all there. So China, Thailand, on the request of many countries, including Kenya Embassy in Bangkok, worked hard to actually disconnect power to those spaces. Were getting power from Thailand, and then did severe raids. So disrupted the operations there. We were able to rescue hundreds of Kenyans from that space that we had been trying to reach, but we couldn't quite reach. So we were able to rescue a number. We also at the same time issued calls for anybody else who wanted rescuing to get out. Here's what has saddened me. There are people on my list who we told, get out now, we can get you out now. And they said, acha tuone vile kutaenda.
For real.
And they took their time. Towards the end of last year, towards December, we had similar breaks in Cambodia, right? Scam compounds in Cambodia were raided, blah, blah. A number of people got out. A number of my people were on my list, had crossed to Cambodia to continue the scamming.
Where?
They are now on my list asking.
Needing rescuing.
You tell me. So if you have seen any negative coverage around that, it is because we have told the people who are on my previous list, pay your own tickets. Pay your own ticket. We will rescue you from danger. We will find a safe space for you, shelter, safe house, whatever. We will work with the government of Cambodia to give you clearance. Cambodia, in some places, is saying we are going to give some clearance, some we're going to prosecute. Okay? But we will give you some safe clearance. But what you need to do, call your family, start a fundraiser, buy a ticket, go home. Okay? We are not going to facilitate bad manners.
True. You and I agree with it 100%.
Yes, come on. I cannot give you an opportunity to go home. You choose not to go home when I was paying your ticket. You decide to stay in crime. And then later, come
knowingly.
Ati
acha tuone venye kutaenda.
Yeah. Let me see. I must see for myself.
Yes, tukona freedoms, bro.
Yes. There is nobody with more freedoms than a Kenyan, let me tell you.
Let me ask this question, Madam PS.
Yes.
When you look at the age bracket of these Kenyans who are abroad.
We're abroad. We are caught up in this drama that we are speaking about.
Wacha tukae Golden Triangle.
Yeah.
The stories there are interesting.
Yeah.
What's the age bracket of the individuals you find there?
It's been diverse. We've had fairly young people, so 21, 22, but we've also had people in their 40s. Okay?
The majority?
It's younger people, 20s, 30s.
When you look at why it is they go, because people have reasons, what's the predominant reason that people give?
People are looking for a job.
People
are looking for a job.
They're looking for a better way of earning a living.
People are looking for a job. That I am clear. Which is why the trap of this is kazi maju has worked. Okay? Because people tell them, this is tumeona serikali kiongea mambo ya kazi maju. This is kazi maju. So you believe that you're going for kazi maju. Then you end up in these spaces where you find ni kazi, but see, it's not the kind of job I expected. Here I am actually being expected to commit crimes and so on and so forth. Let me say this, CT, that remember when I went back to the licensed agents, recruitment agents, there is not a single Kenyan who has been taken to Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Russia by a licensed recruitment agent. Not one.
Not one.
Not one. Not one. We have reviewed every person we have brought back. Not a single one has been taken by a licensed agent. If you remember, when I took this job in December 2022, and for the early part of 2023, we were constantly talking about rogue agencies. Remember, there was a lot of conversation about rogue agencies in recruitment. And we went on a serious cleanup activity. About 700 agencies lost their license, and people who are behaving badly, people who are not interested in doing the right thing, we cleaned up house. Ministry of Labor worked hard on this, cleaned up house. So when we have bad manners, it is now not in the house. so to speak, right? It is not the agents who are licensed who are trafficking people, who are doing these things. Might there be a couple of agents who are still, maybe not negotiating the best contracts for their people, who we still need to tighten sort of spanners on so that they can do the right thing. Somebody's in trouble, they're not getting them help quickly enough. Those are now the small things we are dealing with. But these things of watu wamepelekwa Cambodia, watu wamepelekwa Thailand, and so on, that is not happening with licensed agents.
Okay.
It is happening with outsiders who are masquerading as agents, which is why I keep saying it is easy to find who is a licensed agent, who has been blacklisted, whose license has not been renewed. It is on naims.go.ke, and our team is putting that up on our social media as well, so that people can check. So you have to take control of your own migration journey.
Question here on our socials. Kuna mtu ameuliza, this is Ayub. Ayub is saying, ask PS Diaspora Affairs, what efforts has she taken concerning Kenyans in India, Kerala, for 2 years in detention just for visa issues, and embassy knows it as well. It has been reported to ministry back home. Are you aware of this?
I'm so happy he's asked that. Ayub has asked that. We negotiated, what do you call it? A penalties waiver with India. Because a number of Kenyans had gone to India, overstayed, their visas lapsed. So now once you're in a country beyond your visa, you become vulnerable.
You are there illegally.
You're there illegally.
Yes.
And you're vulnerable now. You're vulnerable to trafficking. You're vulnerable to all kinds of things. You can be arrested. Even here, we arrest visa overstayers and so on. Right? So I went to India, I want to say 2024. It could be, I think it was 2024. Went to India, met a number of Kenyans. We had interesting conversations, but this kept coming up. A lot of visa overstayers, people who want to come home. We negotiated with New Delhi, and we asked for a waiver. There has been a waiver now in place for several months.
What is a waiver, Madam?
So basically, you don't have to pay the thousands of rupee that you should pay to be allowed to leave the country, right? So you can, it's basically a get out of jail free card. And I use jail with lots of quotation marks. So
the penalties
is waived.
Are waived.
Yes, that's what I mean. The penalties are, did I say visa waiver? I mean penalty waiver.
No, you
so
did.
Your penalty is waived. So now all you need to do is buy your ticket, go home. We got this waiver. Kenya High Commission in Delhi reached out to everybody on our list. They were called, they were texted, they were WhatsApped. We got in touch with them here. We even offered tickets to a number of them. Yes.
Offered tickets?
We offered tickets to a number of them.
Basically free bus fare.
I will get you out of it, because I know if you continue to stay there, you are going, and you're going to be vulnerable. So you're going to be creating new problems for yourself, for your family, but also for us. I don't want any more of you in jail. All right? I want you out. You come here. Sasa ukue shida ya your chief, isn't it? You come home where you can be interior government's problem. It is cheaper to manage you here, plus it is home, right? So I wanted them to get out. We offered tickets. We did visa penalty waivers. We contacted them all. There are Kenyans who quite simply refused to move.
Wale wangoja tuone.
Wacha tuone. Let's go. Let's see how it goes. Wacha tujaribu.
Madam PS, you know.
And you know the interesting thing with this city is I'm a lawyer.
Yes, you are.
So I have paper. I have receipts. As young people say, we've got receipts. Like we wrote to you, we texted you, we called you, we put it we documented it so that when you come back later and tell us, I want to be rescued now, we are like, that opportunity has lapsed. You now need to pay your own penalty waiver. If the visa window, if the penalty whatever has passed, you need to pay. You need to pay your own ticket. You need to get out. I think that penalty waiver passes when? Has it lapsed? I'll confirm shortly. I'll have my team check and tell you. I think it was lapsing like in February or sometime.
So we are in February. So
let me confirm. I'll tell you before we finish this show what time that lapses. So these are a lot of the challenges of dealing with
Kenyans behaving badly.
With people.
Actually, I want to ask that question.
Yes.
What is it, apart from let's wait and see, What have they engaged in? And some of these individuals who do not, how long have they been in those countries? Because
so it depends, truthfully.
Yes.
So we have some who've been there a long time. They have made roots. They speak the
Yes.
language. They have this. They speak the language
do
fluently.
you have some who have families there as well?
Of course. So there are those who are unwilling to budge. Yeah,
They don't, want
unwilling
to,
to move.
they don't want to relocate.
Yes. So, and if that's it, then you cannot make that our problem, right? You've chosen to stay because you have family. Sindio? You've chosen to stay. You could come home with your person. Probably we can, you can get them a residency or whatever. Eventually get them citizenship because they have a right to citizenship if they are your children
Family.
or your spouse and so on. You can do that. You could come home, regularize your status. You could regularize your status and go back. Okay? But if you choose to stay, then choose to stay. Na tuishi kwa amani. Sindio? Tuishi kwa amani. It cannot now begin to become a consular issue while you have chosen to live like this. Today I'm talking very tough because we have tried soft parenting. We've tried
No, but you're allowed.
We've tried to be soft. What that has done is that sometimes it has allowed bad manners to continue, but also it has taken our energies away from the people who actually need those energies.
Okay.
There are people in real trouble who then we should be able to help. But let me say this, because the labor mobility space is not all gloomy. It's not all dark. It's not all bad. In fact, Kenya's labor mobility program is very much on track. In the last 300 years, 3 years. In the last 3 years, there's been a viral trend that I've been seeing on social media when someone says, can I have a reporter with more experience? Then they start showing a video of you from 3 years ago, from 5 years ago. They show you covering Noah's flood and all of that. So not 300 years. So in the last 3 years, we've been able to see 530,000 people find jobs. The people, remember when I spoke about the safety infrastructure?
500 and what?
30,000.
Okay.
What is that?
Nusu
milioni.
Nam.
Yeah. 530,000 people have found jobs abroad. These are people whose names we know, ID numbers, we know which country you're in, where you're working. So stuff we can verify. 530,000. We know there are others who've gone and haven't told us. And we hope they have gone to, a good job. And I'm not counting the victims in this case, the people who went for jobs that don't exist, 530,000 jobs. That is huge. For as long as I can remember growing up, I used to hear administration after administration saying we're going to create 500,000 jobs. This is just one tranche. And remember, Kazi Maju is only our third leg of job creation, right? In fact, it is the third, even in priority. We have a three-pronged approach. This administration has a three-pronged approach to dealing with unemployment. We have kazi kwa ground, kazi kwa mtandao, kazi maju. Kazi kwa ground is jobs in Kenya. How are we creating more job opportunities here in Kenya? You can talk about structured programs like the Affordable Housing Program, for example, where we now have about 500,000 people working in affordable housing. That's your masons, that's your engineers, lawyers, plumbers, blah, 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 the various Juakali artists and groups that are putting together the windows and so on, right? So that's more than 500,000 jobs. You can talk about the 100,000 teachers who've been hired. You can talk about all the various kinds of jobs that we are creating, including just in incentivizing investment in places like the EPZ and the SEZs and so on, right? So a good chunk of people have been employed under that. And that has always been the main focus of this administration, create the most jobs locally, because most people should stay home. Most people should stay with their families. You should be able to earn your money here at home, speak your language, live with your relatives, with your friends, people who speak your language, and work build this nation, right? So that is the biggest thrust of our employment plan. Kazi kwa ground. Kazi kwa mtandao probably has the biggest promise. Kazi kwa mtandao is digitally enabled jobs. So it is on a Sunday afternoon, if you go into the CBD,
yes,
what do you see?
Lots of young folks taking
content
photos.
Creators, isn't it? So we have put in place the infrastructure. Again, government's job is to put in place infrastructure and enabling environment that helps people do better online, for example. So negotiate with the various platforms so that Kenyans who create content, who monetize their accounts, are paid better than they used to be. So, for example, now if you monetize your content coming from Kenya, you get paid a little more than our neighbors are paid, a negotiation that was done by government of Kenya. We have rolled out thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cable. Nairobi has, Kenya has some of the fastest internet anywhere in the world. You will know this. You travel and you're constantly watching things, waiting for them to load, and they take a long time. And you're like, what is this?
Even in Europe.
Yes, you're like, what's wrong with your speeds? Right? So, but also the space of outsourced work and offshoring, right? So you now have a number of what do we call them? These centers where you can work offline,
remotely.
So there's a remote jobs that you can do from your house in Naivasha, from your house in Nakuru, Turkana. And so on, Turkana. Actually, quite a bit in Turkana. But there's also the large outfits, Akina Samathos, Akina CCI, and so on, who do... Yes, BPOs, that's the word I'm looking for. BPOs who sort of come and have a 5,000 seat outfit. We have 5,000 Kenyans suddenly, are working. I have had the opportunity to work into one of these places.
Yes.
Where they are doing some, I think it's debt collection for some UK firm. And you listen to the kids when they're on the call. Somebody has a very, like, Manchester accent. Or like a very local accent, yeah?
Yes.
And then as soon as they finish that call, hey, Bana. This code switch.
You're talking about the Kenyans now.
Who are working in these places. So you speak in a very... So let's say you're doing your outsourcing, you're doing some outsourced work for the US.
Yes.
You know that the East Coast and, other places have different accents, different inflections. So because you're working in the East Coast, you have a very Boston, a very New York accent, right?
Yeah.
And as soon as you switch it off, you code switch immediately to your Kenyanese for Angalia for me this thing. Like the code switch is crazy.
Okay.
But the kids are making good money. We are aware of a very exciting outfit in Nyeri where they code the game Fortnite?
Yes, I do know Fortnite.
Those kids, yes, that thing is being made here. They code Fortnite. They're doing fantastic work. So, and it is everything. It is, lower jobs like data entry and so on, but it's also software development, cyber security and all of that. So that has the biggest space for growth because we have an incredible youthful population. We are our median age is 19. Every time I say this, I usually have to pause and say, do you know when we say median age is 19 is if we were to arrange ourselves in the whole country by age, the midpoint is 19 years old.
Na kutokuwa kumefura hivi.
And that means if we were to cut our age in the middle is 19. That means we are about 54 million people now. Half of us are 19 and below. The other 27 million is you, me,
yes,
everybody in this room are on the 20 to 100 and however many the Lord is allowing our people to live for. That means we have so many children. We're a youthful nation. We have to constantly think about these kids. But also we are an extremely tech-savvy country. So because of that gives us an advantage to take up these opportunities where young people who are tech savvy are able to take up more and more of these opportunities. Because now that means that I can be sitting here and working for a company in Estonia. I never have to leave Naivasha. I don't know why I keep bringing up Naivasha, but I never have to leave Naivasha. I never have to leave Nanyuki. I never have to leave Meru. I sit in my little shop in Gakoromone in Meru and I work. Okay, and I work for someone in Estonia, I work for someone in France, I work for someone in South Africa, and so there's a lot of potential there.
Okay.
So that's Kazi Komtandao. The third tranche, which we've spoken about, is Kazi Maju, which is government's structured plan for finding people opportunities, and I've talked about the safeguarding infrastructure that we've put in place, but I should have said this. When we set out to build Kazi Maju, and I was one of the architects of Kazi Maju, I'll tell you this. We asked ourselves, have Kenyans been going abroad for work? Yes. In fact, we had many challenges by the time I was taking office, right? Have Kenyans already been going? Yes. Do Kenyans live and work abroad? Yes. What are we trying to do differently? we said as a responsible government, we must do 4 things. We must create a policy around this space. We must regulate the space. At the time, we had a lot of monkey business going on. We must regulate the space. We must create policy. We must regulate the space. We must safeguard people, so welfare. And I've talked extensively about the safeguarding infrastructure. But we also must facilitate people. So you want to go work abroad? Yes. How can we help you get a passport faster? But also, if you're going to be a journalist in Malta, how do we make sure that Malta recognizes your journalist qualifications, certificates, so that you don't come start out in a different country as somebody who is doing menial work, but you come and match your expectations. So mutual recognition of qualifications and mutual recognition agreements are part of what we've been negotiating. So we facilitate people so that your movement then is slick. And when you enter the other society, you're entering at a point of power. You're not entering at a point of akiwoye kuko na kazi uko nje ambayo naweza fanya. Right? So you enter, if you're a nurse, you enter as a nurse, not as a nurse assistant. If you're a doctor, you enter as a doctor. So that's a work that we've been doing to facilitate people who want to move. We're connecting universities with universities, connecting colleges with colleges. You will have noticed, if you've been paying attention, that now we are seeing a lot of people saying, we want to trade nurses between this particular university in Germany and Mount Kenya University, for example, right? So that you can cross-qualify. If you move from there, you move as a nurse, not as a nurse assistant or anything else. So that's the space of Kazi Maju. Structured pathways, safe pathways, facilitated pathways that empower people.
Yeah. Someone is asking here, this is Dahira Ahmed. Some diaspora groups claim their vote does not significantly influence national outcomes. How do you respond?
Say that again, please.
Some diaspora groups claim that their vote does not significantly influence national outcomes. Yes.
That would be a sad thing to say. Why? Diaspora have the right to vote, and we are one of few countries that allow our diaspora to vote, right? We are one of few countries that allow our diaspora to vote, and I speak with many people who hold my position around the world, and many of them will say, "Why would you do that? Why would you let your diaspora vote? It is so expensive. Also, they don't pay tax in their country. Why should they? Why should they vote? Diaspora has destabilized nations. Blah 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 blah." But we say, our diaspora is a critical part of our national development story. Our diaspora are us, just away for a little bit. They are, in the last few years, the amount of money, just to talk money, remittances that diasporas across Africa have been sending home is much more than official development assistance. Let that sink in. It is more money than development partners send home. Tunaongea kina everybody. GIZ, nani, everybody. Development partners. Diasporas in Africa send home more remittances than development partners. You tell me diaspora is not a decolonizing force.
It is.
Diaspora is a decolonizing force. Diasporas can change their countries 100%. Now, if we are saying that, one, we see what you do as far as money is concerned. Two, we see what you do as far as skills, knowledge, technology transfer is concerned, right? So you're able to bring stuff home that we couldn't have gotten. We needed somebody to be abroad. Let me give you a quick example.
Yes.
Do you know that the person who has my job in Ghana told me this? That, you know how we grew up? I grew up saying, how does that change the price of cocoa in Ghana? Right? You know that saying? How does that affect whatever? So how does that... The Ghanaian economy is built, or a large part of the Ghanaian economy is cocoa. Do you know the first cocoa beans were brought home by a diasporan? Right? A diasporan returning to Ghana and said, let me go try this thing. Many years later, you build an entire economy around cocoa. Okay? That's number one. Let's speak Israel for a few minutes. After 70 AD, when Rome sacked Jerusalem and Israel was scattered around the world for about 2,000 years, in 1948, when the state of Israel came back to exist,
yes,
you're able to do that because there is a group of people, a quote-unquote nation, a collection of people with values, with religion, with culture that is the same that has existed entirely in the diaspora for almost 2,000 years. You're able to bring them home and set up a new country, right? The power of a diaspora is to carry your national identity even outside of your territory.
Yes.
Basically, it says that a nation can exist without its territorial borders if you have a powerful enough diaspora. Right? So think, a third example is to think about India, for example. Every one of us knows somebody who's gone to India for treatment. The Indian healthcare system was built largely by their diaspora. Their money, but also their technological know-how. Right? That's a power of a diaspora, and I'm constantly challenging our diaspora. What are we going to know you for? What are the things that we're going to know you? And we're already seeing a lot of, let me tell you, we're seeing a lot of diaspora investment in Kenya, and not just the things we talk about of real estate and so on. I've been seeing factories being opened up. In December, there was some in Eldoret. I think there's a textile factory. People I have met in my diaspora travels, they're doing big things, milk plants, and so on. Like they're doing a university that's coming up, a university town that's coming up. So diaspora's vote or diaspora's voice
is very important.
Is loud, is important, needs to be listened to. Because there are things that they're seeing from outside that we cannot see, but also they bring all of these experiences, technology, relationships that help us to do that. And let me tell you this. In the diaspora, I meet some of the most patriotic people. More patriotic sometimes than the people at home. They're willing to do anything. You can travel to the diaspora, you find them, they can take 3-5 days off to help government of Kenya do things. They're like, we're just here, we just want to, what can we do for our motherland? What can we do for plus 254 as they call it?
Yeah.
So their voice is loud, their voice is important, their voice is powerful. This is not something to be debated.
Right.
Yeah. Let me say this. I have just been alerted that the waiver ends at the end of February. The waiver, we talked about the penalties waiver in India, end of February. So it is still
28th of this month.
Yes, so it is still running. So anybody who is still in distress, Kenya High Commission in Delhi can help them. We will put up their details shortly on our social media, and perhaps you can as well. And they can reach them to take advantage of that waiver.
We will definitely reshare them once you post them on your...
Absolutely.
So if you can just tag us and then we'll do the necessary.
That's being done.
Yeah. Kuna mtu amesema yes, iko hapa. Hapana, sio hiyo. It was a question about... Oh, my goodness. It has disappeared.
Remember.
But it was something to do with those numbers that you were talking about, the emergency numbers, emergency contacts.
Yeah.
There's something you said that there's a number they can call from wherever they are in the world.
Yes, and I see you've already shared it on your YouTube.
Yes.
There's a 24-hour diaspora response center that was launched at some point last year.
Yes.
So wherever you are, you can call those numbers, and they are. Do you want me to read them out? Do you want me to read them out to you?
Yeah,
but
sure,
you can see them on our. You can see them on our socials. Let me just pull that up real quick.
Yes.
You can reach us, and there is a WhatsApp number as well, because we know sometimes it is difficult to reach us on the landline. You can reach us on +254 2078760000. That's +254 2078760000. You can also reach us on WhatsApp, and you can also call this number +254 1147570002. Again, all of that is on our social media. It's on our website, diaspora.go.ke. That is a 24-hour response center. You can also email us, consular@diaspora.go.ke. And then I have a very responsive team. You can tag us on our social media, but if you tag us on our social media, we'll still ask you to go through this, because we want to keep a record of this information. So
sure.
Mkenya Maju, any Mkenya Maju can reach us if they need help. Yeah.
Someone was saying, this is Edwin. Edwin ameuliza hivi, kindly ask Madam PS what the government is doing to help Kenyans reduce fees required to go to Kazi Maju. The real reason people use rogue agents is because of barriers related to high fees.
Wacha tu nikwambie. This shows make me happy. You know why? It makes me know we have done all the right things. We have dealt with people's challenges. Often, people just need the information. So we have programs through Youth Fund, through Uwezo Fund, where people can access financing to actually take up your opportunities abroad. We recommend strongly that agents don't charge recruitment fees. It is the IOM standard. Our law, our labor law, allows agents to charge a month's
salary. Mm-hmm.
That is what is in our statute. We recommend that people don't, because ethical recruitment standards are that employer pays. You should get whoever is looking for workers to pay for that, right? So, and there are a number of agents, ethical recruitment agents in this country who don't charge a shilling. Okay, so I know a number who don't charge a shilling.
All right.
And they will do that. But we also have found, now I've said about Youth Fund and Uwezo Fund, who give people a soft loan to be able to take up these opportunities. And I'm not talking about things that I hear about. There's a program the State Department for Diaspora Affairs runs called Mkulima Maju. Mkulima Maju is a program where young farmers, people who are in their last year in a TVET institution doing a diploma or certificate in agriculture, we have helped place them with UK farmers. It's a agreement we signed last year. In the last 2 years, more than 3,000 jobs have been found, about maybe 3,500 or so. And what we've done is that we give Youth Fund financing. There's no fees to take up opportunities there, but there's an air ticket that you've got to pay. Maybe it's your first time getting a passport, so you need to pay for a passport. You need a little bit of money, because if I'm a TVET last year student, I probably don't have that much money, right? I'm spending my money in school. So we give you this small loan. It's an interest-free loan.
Right.
You go, you buy your ticket, you do your passport, you do whatever. You go, you finish your seasonal work time, you come back. We have had 100% repayment on that program.
100%
repayment. Let me tell you, Youth Fund is very happy with my team.
Yeah.
Because those kids go, make their money, pay this Youth Fund. By the third month, they're usually finished. They come home, then they ask Youth Fund, can I now have some money to buy a tractor? Can I now have money to buy a few more cows, because I'm jengaing my own farm?
Yes.
And so on. So Youth Fund, Uwezo Fund are places where you can go. Right. Commercial banks have also jumped in. And now they're able to process some financing for certain people looking for opportunities abroad if you're not able to access Youth Fund or Uwezo Fund.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Madam PS. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show.
The hour goes fast.
It does. It does, actually. It does. Yeah. But this conversation has been eye-opening. I've learned so much. And I think it is what I would challenge the government to do is ensure more of this information can get to a lot of, because Kunawa Kenya, trust me, they're not on X, they will not see these messages. So I don't know whether you'll work with vernacular stations or something.
Yes. And that's a good point. We have reached out on, first of all, I joined TikTok last year, having refused for a while. I know City earlier was talking about social media. I've joined so that we can get the information to the people where they are. We are on every social media platform.
Yes.
We do radio, we do TV, we do everything we can. I was on Weru FM Meru last week. My team is on various vernacular stations, getting the message to the people in their language. Soon we are going to be rolling out a plan with the State Department for Interior, using chiefs to gather information to the ground, so that everybody has this information, so it can help them or it can help their cousin. But let me say, there is so much power in what we've done today. And in these conversations, I'm happy to keep having these conversations with you and getting the information out.
And we are always open. As long as you want to, just walk in. We'll accommodate. Yeah? So, Basi, this is where we take a stop. That is the PS State Department for Diaspora Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Rosalind Njogu. Coming up next, we are hosting the Senator for Kisii County. That is Honorable Richard Onyonka. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Mwingi North Kitui County are investigating an incident where 2 students from Sekiru Senior Secondary School drowned under unclear circumstances while swimming in River Tana. The 2, a grade 10 learner and Form 3 student, had joined colleagues for what was reportedly their first swimming lesson in the river.
Nilienda tukaonana na mwalimu akaniambia yeye hakuenda na mtoto wangu kwa hiyo safari. Kwenye ile safari hakuwa na mtoto wangu. Nilijaribu kumwomba ile list ambayo alitumia kuenda na watoto akaninyima.
Mimi nimeumia roho sababu mimi nilikuwa nimeweka tegemeo yangu hapo kwa huyo mtoto. Na ile gharama niliweka hapo. Hii ya first term ya grade 10 kutoka shopping mpaka hata fees yote ilikuwa imelipa.
Diaspora Affairs Principal Secretary Roslyn Njogu has called on Kenyans to exercise caution when seeking job opportunities abroad. Speaking during an interview on Radio Generation today, Njogu urged job seekers to use only licensed and regulated recruitment agencies to avoid falling victim to fraud or exploitation. She said the government has put in place safe channels for Kenyans planning to work overseas and warned against using unregistered agents.
We have created guardrails, a safe channel for you to travel through if you're going to take up a job opportunity. If there is a message you've probably heard me repeat time and again through social media, through radios, katika matelevisheni, katika radio, katika magazeti, it has been, if you are going to go abroad for work, use a licensed and regulated recruitment agent. I have repeated that. I have given the website is naims.go.ke. I do not think there is a person now who has not heard that if you're going to go abroad, use a licensed and regulated recruitment agent.
Azimio Coalition has declared that its recent leadership changes will take full effect after 14 days, whether or not they are published in the Kenya Gazette. Speaking on Thursday during an interview with Radio Generation, Executive Director Philip Kisia said the coalition triggered a constitutional clause that allows the changes to stand after the lapse of the notice period. Kisia said the coalition submitted the communication of the changes to the office of the Registrar of Political Parties and complied with the law.
All people were supposed to transmit that information to the government printers. Now you know who the government printer is.
Yes.
Now if the so-called government printer receives instructions from those who are in power not to run the Gazette notice with our notice, our hands are tied. However, those who crafted our constitution, smart guys, kudos.
Yes.
You know what they did? They said, okay, Gazette notice or in a newspaper that's widely circulated.
All right.
So after 14 days, whether they publish our names or not, we are already counting.
Yes.
14 days from 4th of February 2026.
The U.S. House of Representatives have voted to overturn U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs on Canadian goods in a 219 to 211 vote. 6 Republican lawmakers joined Democrats to back a resolution that seeks to end the tariffs Trump imposed on Canada last year. The vote is largely symbolic as it will still need to be approved by the U.S. Senate and then approved by Trump, who is very unlikely to sign it into law. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes, actually now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. And like I said, in the studio, we are hosting the Senator for Kisii County, Richard Onyonka. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you. I'm good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see Muga, my griot.
You know, I'm still recovering from this shock. You've told me that you were in radio before.
I used to work for Nation FM. I was there for about a year.
Yes.
And I was, when they just started.
Right.
And I worked there for a while and then decided, let me go and look for something else. It was interesting. Very interesting, yeah.
Well, so tomorrow as we celebrate World Radio Day, we're going to be celebrating folks like yourself then. Yeah. So again, I'm very shocked. Good for you.
Now, and it comes from my background. When I was a student in the US, I used to do these Afrocentric, Africa historical perspective, African music, African culture, all that stuff.
All right.
So this is a background somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
What kind of music do you like?
Everything. I can do jazz. I can do. You see the stuff you see this guy is calling Niger.
Yeah.
That was our music.
Okay.
Those days, music by Fela. I can listen to Zouk. I can listen to salsa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Hiyo tutaongea wakati mwingine. Leo tumekuita tuongee siasa.
Yes.
Governors are accusing senators of extortion, harassment and many other adjectives.
Let the first person throw his stone. I mean, I've always said on TV and in studio, CP Muga, I've always said this country is just a den of thieves and crooks who share the loot depending on who has grabbed it and who is disposed to enjoy it. And essentially what you have is that when I saw these governors discussing and saying there are certain senators who are extorting money from us, but it is governors who've been paying senators not to indict them. Yeah.
They have been, meaning it has been happening for a very long time.
If the reports are being audited as it has been last week, if they do it this week, it will be the same. Yeah.
So how much do they bribe? I would like to know.
It depends on what you offer. It depends on what you stole. You see, when a governor has stolen in the audited books and the auditor general has said you stole 120 million, there's a figure which the governor starts offering before you have even interrogated the books.
Right.
That could be as low as 2 million to as high as 10 million. It depends, because they don't want us to pronounce them what they have done. And what they have done is as shocking as anything can be.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they have said that they have evidence of these senators who have been harassing them and extorting them.
I listened to that, but the truth is that we also have evidence where these governors have been making offers as to how much they can deal. They call certain individuals, they tell them to come and meet them at the Senate. Some are meeting in the basement, some are meeting in their hotels.
Yes.
If you have not done anything wrong, why would you give me money?
Okay.
I mean,
have you been
CP? CP, if I've not worked for you,
yes.
If I don't owe you anything, why would I give you money?
Why would I give you money?
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, have you been offered by a governor because of these processes that you have in the Senate?
I'm a Kenyan. Yes.
He's a Kenyan and he's a senator. Yes.
So he has been offered this money.
Yes.
Okay. So my next question is, have you taken that money?
Sometimes if a guy comes and says, oh, you're going to weekend, there's mafuta here, 100,000 for fuel, I take that, but it is stolen money. I'm only handling stolen property. But nobody watches me handling stolen property. So my conscience, CP, my conscience is very clear. Don't laugh.
I'm laughing because we're having an honest conversation.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
You know, you're the first person I have actually asked this question and they've actually answered it straightforward.
But I tell you, Kenyans don't like to say the truth the way it is. Yeah.
You must understand that in Kenyan politics,
yes,
at that high stakes level, 100,000 cannot constitute a bribe.
Absolutely.
Amesema hiyo ni pesa yake ya mafuta.
I'm going to tell you, it does. In the minds, the ethos of that does not constitute a bribe. It can't possibly a bribe. It's too little.
Okay.
Yeah. They even call it, it's greasing the car.
So now, As far as, because the governors have been, we've seen them several times. It's like they're running away from accountability. What is the plan going forward, as far as, because you are the guys who are supposed to oversee, your primary role is actually oversight.
Thank you. You're asking a very good question. Let me try and answer it.
Yes.
If you look at the way the system is designed, I have always, CP have frequently talked about how our system is broken in terms of what has made Kenya get to the point where it is and why do we behave the way we do, especially the ruling class.
Yes.
The system is designed deliberately for people to share the loot. They share public money. And this money comes either from projects. I mean, you should have seen when the Supreme Court, the High Court, the Court of Appeal made a ruling that CDF should continue. All of us know that the CDF is an ATM kitty where people share the money. We know that. I mean, we talk about it. Raila talked about it. And yet when this thing came up and the ruling was done and they said, CDA is actually, CDF, NG CDF is actually legal, therefore it should exist. No. My position has always been, we are not in a capacity. We don't have the ability to handle public money, utilize it well, and share it equitably and fairly. We don't have.
Yeah.
And the institutions which are supposed to be the guardrails which are supposed to be put to monitor and make sure that we are not misbehaving have systematically and slowly been disbanded.
Yes.
Legislatively, for example, even if I don't even talk about CDF, I can talk about the president handling money. Right now, the president has access to the consolidated fund unaffected. He's the one who calls and tells the central bank to either float treasury bills, raise money, and where that money, guys, the money doesn't have to come to the treasury.
But that was never. Are you saying that he legally can do that now?
When he got the majority, by the time when the ruling was being made about how Azimio had or did not have a number of members of parliament, that time the abracadabra that was being done was they were changing the basic tenets of self management and financial prudence.
Essentially, they were interfering with the independence of treasury.
Yes, the independence of the financial, the treasury, especially the consolidated fund. No president before has ever had a capacity where he accesses the consolidated fund.
No, they've not been able to.
No, President Ruto is the first one to do that. He can withdraw, he can authorize people to withdraw and transfer money. That's why you hear we've lost money from the e-payment system. E-Citizen, money got lost. How?
So are you therefore saying that then it makes sense when you look at the thinking of this particular government in trying to pull every cent
to the center?
Yes.
Yes.
So that
they have access, they know which money has come, how much it is, and where they're going to take it. Because me as a senator have no business. The members of parliament have no business. They only go and pass a budget. Like now we are going to start handling budgetary issues. We are going to start discussing the budget policy statement. That's all for sure. It's actually BS. There's nothing being discussed there. Decisions have been made. Where the money is going to be spent has been made. All that is going to be done now is rubber stamping.
You're actually depressing me now.
That is where your country is, and people have refused to talk about it. But you tell me, let me use a very simple example. We passed a budget of 3.6 trillion. Our wage bill is 1 trillion. What has been done in the last 8 months with 2.76 trillion? Which road have we done? Which airport have we fixed? There's nothing. The money is just being shared. Don't look at me like that. Why are you looking at me like that?
You are sitting right in front of me.
Yes.
And when I look forward, my gaze will fall upon you.
Yeah, because you look shocked. No. But no, not you. He is more shocked.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm depressed now.
No, me, it isn't the shock. It's my mind is going through development projects that I have actually seen. Okay? Whenever I hear a statement that nothing is being done,
yes,
that's where the look comes from, because I do know of things that are getting done.
Yes.
I've seen them. But if you asked me whether I can aggregate the 2.7 trillion and say, well, I've seen it at work, that I am not able to do.
Well, I saw the president landing on a road yesterday that is currently being constructed.
No. How do you know it's being constructed?
I saw bulldozers there. And it looks very black.
All
That
right.
means imekelewa tu hiyo kitu wanaitanga je ni bitumen ama ni tar.
There is a gentleman called Marara Kibaso.
Yes.
Okay. He's gone back to what he started doing before.
Oh yes, he has.
Before he started pursuing higher goals. And he visits places where it has been said development has been done. And he takes you so that you can see.
Yes.
And he goes through the budget, what was done, blah, blah. You get a clear picture. If I'm to give an example of some of the things that I have seen him talk about, some are historical, some are current.
Yes.
Unfortunately, what we have are projects that have been started.
Yes.
But as to whether the majority are being completed, I am not so sure. No. Started, yes. They were started. They got to a certain point. And then they got to a certain point. Yes. Because what we're talking about is a project that has been started with a clear timeline of when it should be
When to
complete.
finish, yes.
Exactly.
When to start, when to finish.
Finish. And you look and a problem arises then. Because that is where the uncertainty comes in. That they were started, no question.
Yeah.
That they've gone to a certain point, no question. Completion.
There's a time the President Ruto said there was a lot of corruption in Parliament. He also mentioned judiciary. No one came forward to say this is a person who receives or this is a person who gives. You dared the governors 2 days ago to actually report this corruption to DCI, this extortion. I have not seen any governor who has done it yet.
They announced some names yesterday.
Okay.
But for me, it's a red herring. The truth, let's put it this way. We are dealing with a very critical question on our financial management as a state. But instead of using those basic tenets we went to school for, how do you take a financial structure and analyze it for you to understand, for you to get to a position where you're actually going to stop and say, these we can't do and these we can do, this we can do. Where we are, CP, is that my country has positioned itself in such a manner that we have basically become like a casino. Everything is about a deal. There is no transactional. I mean, I grew up knowing that you went and sat down if you were legislators. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that you actually manage the resources. One of the responsibilities of members of parliament is to manage the resources of the country. How? By making sure that budgeting is done. But we corrupt budget.
Yes.
We corrupt manage where the money is going to be. I mean, I am not being anti-patriotic when I say I really love the stadium being built on Ngong Road. But does it have to cost 156 billion? I mean, this is a contradiction that we keep raising. We are telling President William Ruto, why does he think that all of us are stupid? I mean, he goes and borrows money. We don't know at what interest rates he's borrowed the money. We have never seen the agreements which have been deposed at the central bank and the treasury. The stadium was supposed to be built with 9 billion. All right, that's when it started. 9 billion. We're at 147B. What?
Okay.
And it's not just Talanta. I mean, you can go through each and every. That's how they started with the Adani story of the airport. That's how they started. I mean, every single transaction on everything that is taking place is designed deliberately that within it is where they put the money that they either take, they share, or they eat.
Budgeted corruption.
That is why you see the members of the broad-based government who joined government have been saying how it is their time to eat. It's their time to share. But when Honorable Karoli Omondi asked him, he said, you guys are really excited that the president has brought to Luo Nyanza, or Nyanza, whatever you want to call it, about 52 billion shillings, and you are celebrating about that. And yet, the one hospital in Uasin Gishu has been given 54B. One hospital. All right? So, and yet we have got 47 counties. Why are you not able to sit down with people and say, listen, we can even go regional? We don't have to go to county. We can go regional, the old provinces, which were 8. Can't we build 8 serious health facilities that are helping our people with that 40 billion? I mean, if you gave me 2 billion in Kisii, believe you me, I'll do a fantastic job to do one health facility which is dealing with particular issues that are affecting the communities. And that's not, Kisii is not, it's just a microcosm. The Republic of Kenya needs certain things to be in place for us to even start talking about this Singa something stuff.
Singapore.
Do you know, when you talk about health services, where you have a point, Senator, is this. These level 6 hospitals like Kenyatta University Hospital, KNH and so forth.
Yes.
The actual cost of putting up such a hospital is around 15 billion.
Thank you.
What it would actually cost. And the 15 billion is not you've put up a structure, you've employed people, it has commodities, it is a functioning unit.
Yes.
Yes.
So again, I'll still go back to the question of oversight. Yeah.
And thank you. And the last point I was actually nearly going to forget is that, I mean, I was telling one of my chairmen who's chairing, for example, the health committee, CP. If you see some of the things that our brothers governors are doing in some of our counties, particularly when it comes to health sector, you go and look and see what they've done with their mortuaries. You look at which medicines are available. We went to a health facility in one of these eastern areas, and 60% of the medicines is expired. And to make matters worse, you are then told that is the medicine. In fact, when the president went there for Mashujaa Day, that is the medicine that was being donated to the poor people of that area for optics. The medicines were expired. And people tell you, shh, don't, please, today you come here. Don't you know this?
This is Kitui County.
I'm not going to say
he's not going to tell you.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm just telling that one
eastern counties.
Take your pick.
One of the health facilities we went to, the medicines are expired. You have basic things like electricity, which doesn't work. You have a health facility where water doesn't run, and to drill the water is only 8 or 6 million. Which for me, I find it too expensive even. And yet, because some of the counties have those drilling rigs, but sometimes they leave their drilling rigs to go and hire contractors from outside to come and rig water because they can then pay 8 or 9 million for 100 meters of water. You go into these facilities, the windows are broken. You have our patients who are basically lying in bed. There are no bed sheets. All right, people are being treated for malaria, but you understand mosquitoes are all over the damn place. I mean, if you look at the food which people are eating, you think they're feeding rabbits. I mean, the consciousness in our republic as to what public service is, it's just depressing. So when I see people fighting at you know, these guys have been eating money. Some of the things which we see in where these guys are working, if we talk about them, they will not even work in their areas. And that is why when we visit most of these facilities, you find everything is managed. How you are received, where you go and sit, which things you are shown. Because sometimes when we go to these facilities, we actually move in and don't tell the governors that we are moving into. There are places we call impromptu visits.
Yes.
Some of us go to morgues without announcing to the health facility, to the health people. And you know what is happening is that because the health facilities have got, there's a fund, it's something called improvement fund, health improvement fund, which was every facility that collects a little money, they're supposed to put it together and use it to develop the place. Or most of these governors have taken all that money and put it in one central fund in the county government, and that's the ATM kitty. And when you are there, you're being asked to do oversight, and we then, I mean, I've written more than 30 letters to ESCC explaining the challenges I'm facing in my county. Money is carried to them. They receive, I mean, we just a rotten state.
Money is taken to ESCC to bribe them.
Yes. This is, I mean, I've said it so many, CP. There was a time I was even telling one of the directors, I said, I don't know why you're so bitter that these are the things which are happening. All of us know. All of us understand what has been going on. And the system has deliberately been broken down. And that is why many of these governors you see, they are all rushing to the broad-based government. Why? They must stay close to government to bring development. No, there are more than 10, 15, 20 things which they have broken, the laws, which have been money which have been stolen. And they say, it will be mweh.
Boaz Waruku on social is saying that remind Senator Onyonka that they passed a budget of 4.29 trillion. Earlier we had said 3.6 trillion, so it's 4.2.
I was talking about the previous one.
Whatever
the number is.
Yeah. Sawa.
Yeah, and to me, those figures are inconsequential.
Why do you say they're inconsequential, Senator?
Because it's all fake. CP Muga, can I ask you a question?
Ask me too.
Take a calculator right now. Take 2 trillion shillings and divide it amongst the 47 counties. See how much money every county should get.
What I want
just like when you see they are talking about, the government has done wonders, in fact, and the government recently employed 75,000 teachers. Damn it, if you have 47 counties and you're employing 75,000 teachers, why is my county in Kisi, why are we not given 2,000 slots? 2,000 slots divided by the 54 wards that I have, I would be employing at least not less than 20 people in every ward. How come I have not employed those people? And means the names were given, they were put in the system. And I've said this before, and they have admitted it. They found the fake teachers employed in the system. Who put them there?
Who actually puts fake teachers, fake schools into the system?
The cartels running the money.
The cartels are where? In the ministry?
The ministry. They share the loot. All this is fake. Up to today, how can you tell me after 60 years of independence, we don't have an HR system where today you can print in the names if you're head of state and say, let's see, how many senior officers and job group J do we have? It's none. If I ask you today, do we know, even though under security protocols we are not supposed to announce, but at least there's an average, do we know how many soldiers we have in the military? No. How many police officers do we have? None. And all this is a backup. It's a system that has been deliberately been designed where people are siphoning off the cash. And nobody talks about it.
Do you know
you are talking about it?
You know the picture that is being painted here?
Yeah.
If you take the argument to its logical conclusion, you then ask, so when we have a census and then figures are given,
yes,
can we actually trust the outcome? I am aware that what I'm saying here, are those figures that are presented, do they actually represent the people who actually exist?
No.
Or are those figures aspirational with the view in mind? Since we're in conspiracy territory, I've waded right in and I'm contributing. Because if we are to ask the serious questions, when you have a situation where an electoral process is brought to a halt because the census figures don't tally with the voting process and the numbers at the end of it, my question is that the only place where they didn't tally? Yes. I don't need two examples. I have one. I have to ask, why is it only that place? Are we saying that? And secondly, when we look at our numbers or the numbers of people who vote,
yes,
or we call registered voters, in this country, do people ever die?
Of course they die.
Yes, they do.
They do.
Sometimes conveniently. And then the other addendum, I think, CP, I wanted to add is the fact that then you bring in the issue of the elections, and our elections are the most expensive in the whole of the African continent. How can that be? Means this is money people share.
Actually, if we're going to take that argument, I get to its logical conclusion, let's start with our members of parliament.
Yes.
Our members of parliament are some of the best paid
in the world.
Yes. Not even continent now.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right. And we have deliberately allowed it to happen.
Yes.
Why? Because we sanitize our responsibility as the elected people. My salary is about 833,000. All right. Before it was 1.2, then the taxes were brought in at 35%. So it came down to 820 something. And then that includes me running my car. The driver I have to pay him. My PA, I have to pay him from that same money, which is fine. In fact, the money is quite enough. As far as I'm concerned, we should never be given any more salary increments. But let me ask you a different question so that you understand where you are as a state. The amount of money that the Parliament, or should I call it the National Assembly, got, that is the Senate and Parliament, was about 39 billion shillings. And that money is budgeted for them, for us to hold our sittings, to do our whatever, and all the necessary, including those oversight things you were talking about. The total number of people who work at the 290 that we are,
yes,
plus the other personnel, the clerks and everything, when you add the total number, they come to about 800 people. Tell me how 800 people share 36 billion shillings, 39 billion shillings in a year.
No, you tell me. How do you share it?
I'm asking you.
I assume that they are the recurrent costs of salaries.
Yes.
I assume that these allowances that people get, traveling or otherwise, I assume that this money caters for the benchmarking that your people are famous for. Okay? I also assume that it also caters for loans that I'm told the parliamentary service.
No, the loans are personal. The loans are given by commercial banks and we pay.
Good.
And also our SACCO we pay.
So you corrected that.
Yes.
And what about, we are told that you are given grants to buy cars?
Yes. In fact, when you win an election and come as a member of parliament, you're given a grant of 5 million where you go and look for a Prado or four-wheel drive, whichever car you want.
And this is for every election or
for
just?
Every 5 years.
So if you win the next election,
I get
another 5 million?
Yes.
Wow.
I get another car, yes.
Okay.
So someone like you has been elected 10 times.
Yes.
I assume you have 10 cars.
Not really. Not really. I have been. By the way, this is one thing that I defend vociferously because we told in 2010 we asked the Parliamentary Service Commission to come up and buy a new car for an MP, make sure this MP is given a driver, make sure that every year there is a change of oil and change of tires, the service and everything.
Yes.
When we did that estimate, it came, total amount was about 34 million that a member of parliament had to be given every year each. So giving somebody 5 million is a better deal.
Cheaper.
Yes.
Ajipange.
In fact, it's I think one thing we did, the best thing we ever did.
All right. Then we also told that you are given a loan to buy a house.
Yes, when you come in, but it's deducted from your salary. When you come in, you are given between 25 and 30 million shillings, depending on, but the payments come from your salary.
And that you're given every electoral cycle?
Yes, every 5 years. Yes.
So again, someone like you's been elected 10 times.
You have 10 homes. No, I have just bought 2. No, 3. The CP wait. I bought 3 houses.
Yes.
And and there are apartments and one house, and I'm not too hungry because I'm comfortable. 2 bring rent, and 1 is where the people stay.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me put it this way: it looks a lot, and yet in reality, it's not. Because you see, the argument we were making then, when we were making these changes, is that if you didn't accommodate me that way, and you have given me the response, and this is what we are struggling with in our country, how much is it that I must steal, all right, in order for me to be a good citizen, serving doing public good? CP, stop laughing.
So this is what you're forestalling.
Yes.
Let the Mheshimiwa be comfortable so that they can do their job. Yes.
We even went further and made a recommendation in other countries, and Kenya has done very good benchmarking.
Yes.
In other countries, they actually have parliamentary villages. Yes.
Where Mheshimiwa
stay. And you can either be given an option of buying that house so that when you serve the 5 years, you are able to have a home you stay and you don't move out of there permanently. And in some places, members of parliament are actually allowed to stay in those houses by renting them. Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, last year ulisema Mheshimiwa Matiang'i akisema utoke ODM utatoka. Do you still stand by those words?
Absolutely. Politics is local.
Yes.
And Kenyan politics has no ideology. It's purely on self-survival and maintenance.
Is your heart still in ODM?
My heart is heartbroken.
Yeah.
I am
Why?
like somebody who's having an ex who you've been waiting to see whether they can reform, and you find out the ex has decided to go and cohabit with another gentleman whom the ex was telling you this gentleman is a thief, is a crook, he is somebody who's killing our people, he's a useless fella. Then you find that your madam has just moved in to go and cohabit with this crook whom
and this murderer and everything. So
your heart is broken.
Completely broken.
We've been obviously seeing the happenings at ODM.
Yes.
And you know, we are just wondering as a public,
yes,
what is going on? We are seeing people being ousted, others being elevated. What's the plan with ODM?
I think ODM as a party has found itself in a very difficult place. Why is that so? Because, I mean, unless we believe that whatever that Raila stood for was just a hoax, that it was not genuine, that he literally never believed in any of the things that he told us to believe in. The issues of good governance, the issues of justice, fairness and equity, gender parity. You know, you see, many people think that many of us were in ODM because we just liked the orange colors. Absolutely not. There are certain basic things that we loved when Raila would raise them, that we would challenge, we believed in something. Out of nowhere, this party that so many people are crazy about, that so many people loved, especially after Raila then passed on and everybody was saying the most wonderful job he has done, some of us have realized that ODM has just become like all typical Kenyan families, where you have a mzee who has a homestead, and then the mzee has a family, and he has been telling the children, now you see this home the way it is, it may not be so big, but this is your guarantee that take care of yourselves, you're going to stay here with the small pieces of land each one of you is going to have in this homestead is enough for you people, just manage it well. And meanwhile, continue taking care of each other because you are a family after all. Out of nowhere, I am now being told, no, we are selling this property. And we are saying, couldn't you even allow Mzee to just be buried for 3 months? I mean, you are selling the property of this Mzee and you are telling everybody, as according to you, it depends on what you're being offered. And you are being told you are being offered to be vice president. Who told you that President William Ruto is going to give you the vice presidency of this country?
Is that what President Ruto offered Dr. Oburu?
That's what Oburu said yesterday, yes. That for them, the most critical thing is for them to be vice president of the Republic of Kenya.
But he's vacillating. He's vacillating because if the statements we heard previously was that the minimum point of departure was the presidency, then it seems to have been watered down.
Yes.
Now the vice presidency seems acceptable. Previously, it was nothing short of the presidency. What I find disturbing, really, really disturbing, Oburu is at the forefront of these discussions. There are people who are pushing. There are people somewhere who are pushing this agenda. There are people who even push the agenda for him to actually be the party leader.
Absolutely.
Because you cannot be a party like ODM and you didn't have structures where if the party leader is no longer there, what do you do next?
After that? Yes.
No, I don't think it lacked that. And even now, if you bring in this discussion around the Secretary General being removed, this matter is not complete. It has not ended. If you ask me, it has just started.
It has started, yeah. I mean, Sifuna for me is a beautiful accident. I mean, what blows some of our brains out when we look at what is happening is that did people ever care even what Raila was saying, especially towards his last days? You remember Raila saying, as far as we are concerned, we have an agreement with President Ruto until 2027. If there is a renegotiated settlement on the outstanding issues and we feel that this is going to go on, then we will consider depending on what's put on the table. Now, there are individuals who have stated that, in fact, Mzee himself was planning and thinking that he could run again. But even if he didn't run, the question that I have really struggled with, what are we doing I mean, Kenya is considered to be a multi-party democracy. A multi-party democracy is an undertaking where the state, the government in power, is there to run the affairs of state, as we are the government in waiting. Particularly after the ruling of the High Court, where in fact our numbers in Azimio were bigger than the numbers that the Kenya One Alliance had. So why all of a sudden are you catapulting yourself into saying you want to work with government? And anyway, if you are honest and you are sincere, like my brother John Buddy and Atandi, they are really excited. They're saying how they have made money in the rest, for the few months they've been in government. They have made enough money that they would never look for it again. And what I'm asking them is very simple. You love the government. You love UDA. So you go there and leave ODM. Why are they still holding on to ODM? By now they should have said, we are actually people who are pro-UDA. Next elections, we are going to run on UDA. You people can Sifuna and Onyonka and whatever, cross over and go and take that ODM thing you want and stay with it.
Yeah.
Why are they still insisting that they must be in government, but they are going with ODM? You love the government. Join it.
And it is okay to love the government.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's nothing wrong. But be honest about it. Don't be hypocrites. Because they fear that anything they are going to strike up here. Go and look at what Gladys Wanga said 3 years ago, and go and look at what John Buddy said 3 years ago on who President William Ruto is as a person.
Yeah.
They are saying he will not honor his word. So they are worried that if they go na kichwa yote CP, he will swallow all of them and make them completely moribund.
Now, where does it leave individuals like yourself? You've said you're heartbroken, but the party is clearly going in a direction that you do not necessarily agree with.
But Paul, let me ask. Please allow me.
Please ask.
I mean, when you say the party is going, what do you mean? The
ODM party?
No. The ODM party is not the party leader. Please understand.
Yes. However, the reason I said ODM, the direction they're taking, is because yesterday there's a party organ that met and they decided certain individuals should not hold certain positions.
Did they ask Sifuna to go and defend himself on whatever charges they're raising?
I know he wasn't there.
It's a requirement.
So whether they asked him or not, I wouldn't know.
It should have come out in public.
It's a requirement.
They didn't do it. It's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
Yeah. I mean, the point we are making is very simple.
Yes.
The NDC has a role to play.
Yes.
The National Delegates Conference. Did the National Delegates Conference sit down and actually say, we have discussed and we have explained to Sifuna, the recommendations we've made is that from now on ODM is going to engage seriously with the government, and the government is going to deliver, and there are certain things we expect, basic minimums we are asking for, and therefore we are asking Honorable Sifuna to accept that sometimes you have to let the majority. Nothing happened. People went, sat, made a decision. Oburu came in, he's the party leader. After that, everything has proceeded as if nothing happened, and they are now pro-government, they are branding, they are doing everything with the government, and yet we are a multi-party democracy. We don't have a coalition government with these guys.
Well, let me ask another question. There are things that people do politically.
Yes.
And sometimes you arrive at the understanding that they forget that there is no party without its supporters.
Yes.
Now, the NDC is probably the best representation of
the supporters
that you can think of. It's not the NEC. Not really. That's an executive.
Yeah.
So, when a decision of that sort is made, what you've done, you've opened us up for a delightful discussion, because we want to see whether the public your public actually supports you. Because this is what. How many members of parliament does ODM have?
Yes.
ODM has really very many members of parliament.
Yes.
These people represent a constituency of people who supported them in that party. Those people whom they elected are the voice of these supporters. Okay? There are people like my brother here.
Yes.
Who is supported because he is who he is. If he left ODM and went for another party, he'd still get elected. He's been elected before.
Yeah.
In 2 other parties. So when I talk about the parody of the 10 times being elected, there are individuals of that sort. There's a guy called Shabir
in Kisumu.
Yes. Keeps getting elected. on an independent ticket.
Independent ticket.
Meaning the voters want to elect him. They don't really care which party you stand for. The question I'm asking, do you think the ODM supporters support this particular activity that we saw the other day?
Yeah.
We saw with Hamisi, then we've seen with Sifuna. Does the public that support the ODM support that?
Let me answer this.
Yes.
At a personal level, yesterday was a very sad day for very many ODM people. Because ODM, you see, either by design or by accident, we ended up believing that ODM is the one which will provide the last line of defense against any bad governance issues. Let me use that term. And yet, from what CP is saying, we have not been given an opportunity to allow the public to come to, whether it's in Kasarani or wherever, and give them an open field. Let people vent. Let the NDC, let the members of the National Delegates Conference be the place where we are discussing what our democracy means. Let Sifuna stand up and say, I don't think we should cross this way. Let the other side get their best, all right? So that their best can come and tell us why they think we have to join government. And yet we have a problem. And the reason why you notice this thing is very, very painfully confusing to many people. For me, the best expression that we have is you look at what the Raila family members think, except Mama Ida. You have got Junior,
Winnie.
They're all giving cryptic messages. Ruth Odinga has said, and we nearly 90% of us agree with her. The problem is not Sifuna. The problem is that you're taking a party that stood up and believed in certain things, and you are making us assume that the relationship that we have got as a people who are in that party, that relationship is purely transactional. That you are going to negotiate for certain things, and it does not matter completely. Even if this president decided that he's going to have a one-party state coming back again, some people, I think all those people who are joining him feel that it's still okay.
Honorable Onyonka, let me ask you, if you look at the number of people that you are saying that are steering this ship in the wrong direction, how many are there? Are they 5? Are they 10, 20? Are they 40? Are they more than 100?
I believe the few who have been given jobs in the broad-based government,
those are 4,
5 or 6, and there are others who are seeing new opportunity because Raila is not there now. They are creating their own shop. There are some who believe that the government has so much, and in fact, you can never finish what the government can offer. There are some who are making very, very painful arguments I've seen, who are talking about the discrimination that went historically to the Luo nation because of our mismanagement of our politics, and therefore as a result the victimization and the historical injustices which came up. And what we are saying, that is a fact. These are the facts. This is where we have come from. Do you want us to go back there? That ODM has stood up against bad governance, against corruption. We have tried even with the challenges we've been having. And then all of a sudden, people are telling me now, no. In fact, the corruption you're talking about, even when Mzee Raila used to talk about how people are stealing money, how things were being taken, and all these things that are going on a daily basis, we used to steal hundreds of millions. Now we don't. We take billions. In fact, I believe soon we might even end up losing $1 trillion.
At this rate?
At this rate, because this money looks like it's never enough.
On Sunday,
yes,
you are going to be in Kitengela.
Absolutely.
What is the agenda for Kitengela?
Continue with discussing with the public wa mashinani and telling them what has just happened to our lovely party and explain to them that for us, we CP, one of the things I was telling a friend of mine the other day is that many people forget one thing. If you look at these young men, whether it's Sifuna, whether it's Babu, whether it is Caleb Amisi, whether it is sometimes people put me there, but I'm now considered as a geriatric old thing. The truth, CP, the truth is what has dawned on some of us is that contrary to what many people never realize, Raila was actually training people.
Yes.
And the team that you have right now is incredible. Those young men, even when I see other people who are what I call the hardcore ODM side, which is gone to government, insulting us and talking about and saying all sorts of things, the truth and the reality is that right now, it is the team you have that has gone on to the other side against Mzee Uburu, or we are being called rebels, is, I think, one of the best teams that ever was. It's beautiful. I mean, we know how to mobilize. We know what to say. We know how to say it. We understand exactly what to tell the Kenyan public. And the most beautiful thing I saw when we were in Busia, not a single penny was given out for people to show up in the state.
And they showed up.
And they showed up.
Which means the spirit of Raila lives.
It lives on. That's the point we are making. For us, they can remove Sifuna. The truth is, when I look at Sifuna, what do you see? I see a young man who has taken it to the next level. It doesn't matter what you say. He's able to challenge. He's talking to power. He's able to do what Raila was doing when nobody else could even imagine it. So these people kicking out Sifuna, they think they are removing Sifuna because he wants a job. Sifuna is no longer talking about wanting a job. Many of us, people like me, we are not looking for jobs. We are talking about we are destroying our nation. And that is more personal than they can imagine. We are not excited by these big things these people are offering. CP. I'm sure my brother told you how much money they have offered. I even called my brother and said, you go and check this money. He told me, you eat their money, they kill you. Don't touch their money.
You eat,
they kill you.
You know, the thing that I find interesting,
yes,
I find very many things interesting of late, is that this path that we are seeing has been trodden before.
It's a repeat.
It is.
Yes.
It is. You see, Raila was a natural leader for the disenfranchised in this country because he came from a region and a community that had been disenfranchised.
Thank you.
He paid a price for it. It's in the public domain,
yes,
like nobody else had paid.
Yes.
So when he spoke, it was easy for people to identify and say, actually, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Thank you.
But the thing was, he was consistent.
Yes.
And he was never afraid to walk away when he disagreed. He was not afraid. He said, "Apana, this one is
we'll not accept this.
Nah, this one, we're not going to. We're not going to work with this one here." See, now, when you see that consistency,
yes,
it is easy to explain. Do you know? I was explaining this to the other day, that all these things we keep discussing that we summarize as an enigma have actually been studied by very many prominent universities across the globe.
Yes.
Whether it is the handshake, whether it is somebody who can change the policy of a country to the point where you have a new constitution, and yet they've never been president.
Absolutely.
Somebody who can find an alternative to go into war with a handshake by saying, all right,
yes,
this is the problem. I'm saying it is being studied.
Yes.
Not by one, not by two, not by three, by around 6 or 7 universities. They are studying it and they're asking, what does this tell you about not the thinking of that person, but what it is that are examples that have been seen to work. Kenyans take this piece we have for granted and speak carelessly about the handshake, not knowing the significance
Thank you.
that this has brought to the country at every stage.
Yes.
Countries that don't have handshake go to war.
True.
People disagree, people take up guns and machetes.
And they decide to kill each other.
Yeah, we can even see it in our neighbors.
Yes. What we do here is we insult each other. And then you and your brigade of keyboard warriors.
Why are you pointing at me, CT? Now you'll make people think I'm a blogger.
No.
Of course, I get it.
CP is just explaining. And CP,
yes.
I remember once I was making this argument. I think I was with you somewhere. And I mentioned we were sitting there when Raila was making the decision what to do with the Gen Z demonstrations.
Yes.
And he wasn't careless about it. It was, I saw when I was looking at him during those meetings, which were at JOF, the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Foundation offices.
Yes.
they were some of the most difficult, most painful discussions I've ever seen. Because half of us, the same people today who are jumping and running to go and join William Ruto, who are saying how today they handle cash, and in fact they no longer carry Kenyan money. Now these days, you know, all the ruling elite, they carry dollars.
They do, huh?
They are smaller to carry and convenient. Before they went to collect that convenient money,
yes,
they are the ones who are saying we have to walk to stations and kick Ruto out. They are the ones now. They are the ones who are they're the ones who are saying, in fact, people like me, the Onyonkas of this world, who are a bit crazy. They say we are crazy, and yet, CP, what you are saying is very simple. If that decision had never been made to forestall Gen Zs not to walk to State House, where thousands of people were going to be killed, where once the government became dismembered, and these are the things that I would love my colleagues at the National Assembly and the Senate to start discussing. We never discuss what are the weak linkages in our system. All right, we've only put certain guardrails against any excesses. But what if the excesses surpassed? Let me explain to you what I'm saying.
Yes,
it was the first time that we realized that out of this country we have got 47 mini presidents. What would happen if these presidents were all supposed to come and set up militias? Tell me how you're going to negotiate with 47 people for them not to allow militias to get into the streets. So what many of us, what we are saying to Kenyans is this: there was a deliberate decision to forestall the collapse of the nation. But that wasn't a guarantee for the bad behavior of this government, which was going to collapse, to continue having the bad behavior, which may eventually anyway lead it to what? To collapse.
Yeah.
And we are saying the president must handle this country with statecraft. He must understand that this country is not a personal, asset. That this country has honors, and these honors include from the Boda Boda Mamamboga group to all the guys, including Uhuru Kenyatta, who's been a president before. And the president must be able to balance the two sides, the three sides, or four sides. And it cannot be that he's the only one who actually knows what is good for the country at 100% capacity.
Mheshimiwa, lastly, you said, I think it was yesterday or the day before, you said presidential elections are not safe in this country.
No.
Yeah?
The point I make is very simple.
Yeah.
CP.
Yes.
What did Kriegler say? Elections are stolen during transmission. What has everybody else said? Why is it that if you look at the elections let me talk about Kisii County. We never had a single. We were me running as senator, Simbarati running as governor, Donya Toto as a women rep, and we had all these other members of the county assembly. Do you know that leave the presidency, from that level all the way down, never had a single issue? In our case, we didn't even have a single petition.
Not one.
Not one. The women rep never was taken to court, which means the exercise was free and fair.
Yes.
So why is it that it is now at the presidency that we want to kill ourselves? Why is it that we are preparing to hang each other because somebody is stealing the elections? And what we've said is very simple. The stealing of the election is at the transmission. When you are transmitting those elections to bombers of Kenya, that's where how Kamango has come in. That he has to provide the software, which then is, which you know,
yes,
that you can actually even interface, and especially now it's much easier with AI, that when the elections are going to come, yes, you are saying that Keumbu polling station, Nyosia primary school, there were 224 voters, and the presidential candidate who won was this. What we are saying is this: we don't want these guys to say that the transmission, remember that nonsense, how people are carrying documents from 34As, from let's say from Kasipul,
yes,
in a matatu coming to Nairobi to hand them over those things in why?
Waseme huko.
Finish with the form 34A on the ground and take the photograph. Allow all the members of the
agents
the agents to take that information.
Nani hivyo.
And all, in fact, these people should do, once these people have done that, we have got how many constituents? 290. Just call the chairman, the person who's managing, the presiding and returning officers who are managing the elections with that form, and they'll say, we collated, tabulated, and the votes which we know from Kisii County, the winner was President so-and-so, and there was President so-and-so. We have no problem there. You can have data to collect that information and give it out there, but it's supposed to be acting as a guarantee against any
fiddling,
hanky-panky. And yet in reality we keep on saying transmission. That is where the elections are stolen in Kenya. If you go to look at Nairobi,
yes,
who won the elections? Sakaja. Nobody filed a petition against him. The exercise was free
and fair.
So it is that small thing that we need to fix, and then we can be fine.
All right.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, thank you so much. This has been very exciting and enthralling. We say that it's never too late to have conversations that can change this country. Na kama kawaida, we invite you, njoo tuendelee kuongea.
Thank you so much, CP.
Bro.
You know you have been my brother, my friend, and everything.
Oh, yes.
I want to congratulate you all for being here.
Thank you.
And if you need me to come here, I'm open for space.
Oh, you are going to be coming very often.
Yes.
Amesema ako na mafuta ya kutosha. Gari yake inaweza fika.
Yes. In fact, they tell you there is fuel. We'll fuel you.
All right. Thank you so much. Job Kola, Maurice Andati, Victor Lesosian, Ramadan Abdallah, and the very many of you who've actually lent your voice as far as this conversation is concerned. Let's meet tomorrow, same time. Coming through though, we have Rania Abdi on the Retro Box.
Yeah, I was going to say that next time, I hope that you will give the public opportunity for them to ask me as many questions as possible.
All right. So,
Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kisii Senator Richard Onyonka claims